PKA 711. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and our own merch. Check both of them out, and you will love it. Hopefully, Lock and Load's in stock.
Yeah. Sometimes, it's happened in the past.
Selling like hotcakes, like hot loads. They're just selling quick.
Taylor,
Kyle, I wanted to ask you about the gun Olympic stuff.
Okay, I'll tell you what I know.
Those are the least cool guns I've ever seen, and they seem to be shooting like a version of a bullet that would never be used in anything but shooting at an Olympic target. What do you think about that? Do you think that's a good true test of a marksman?
Well, there's different events. It depends what you're watching. I think there might even be a pellet rifle, like an air rifle event that you could have even been seeing.
I saw the pistol with the Turk.
I mean, that's a cool fucking gun, dude. Like, look at that thing. I don't even know what that is. I genuinely have no idea what that is.
Could you use that functionally for anything other than?
I think that's an air rifle. Like maybe? Is that an air rifle?
I feel like you're acting like the bullet's not lethal. It must be.
Nah, I shrugged that right off. No, it would still kill you, but I don't know.
Not with style. There's style there.
I mean, I saw the 3-gun thing that Potato was doing in the Hangout, and I've seen other people who are into guns in the Hangout do that, and that's just so much cooler of a shooting competition than this.
Oh, this is the meme though. Yes. So the chick on the right is South Korean, and she was the biggest news story I saw on Reddit because she had all this crazy gear she's wearing. In her left eye, she's got something obviously just blanking out her vision. In her right, she's got something fucking cueing it in on her sight so she can only look a certain way. And she looks like RoboCop out there with her fucking gun. Mm-hmm. Then the next day, Turkey sent this dude. And this dude genuinely has nothing. He just, it doesn't look like he's wearing any ear protection, which would be badass. He's wearing foamies. Protection.
Yeah.
But I think he's wearing foamies.
That guy's shooting like he has to pick someone up in an Uber at the airport in 20 minutes. Just real quick, casual.
He looks disappointed in his target. He's like, I didn't want to have to do this.
He has that my kids wore out my patience face while he's shooting.
I think that might be my best guess is that what you just showed and maybe that first crazy robot gun are air rifles. And I only say that because they have that black cylinder underneath them that to me says maybe a compressed air chamber. But I genuinely have no fucking clue. That looks like a pellet pistol to me.
Are you allowed to hold it with 2 hands?
I don't know anything about Olympic shit, but what I've seen is nobody uses 2 hands, and they definitely would if they could.
I've seen a lot of people with their hands in their pocket. Maybe it's like a detraction of points or deduction if you touch it with 2 hands. I don't know. Olympics has some weird rules. Yeah,
they definitely want them to use 1 hand here. There's that classic Reddit comment where there's someone's mansplaining the gold medalist about how to hold her Olympic pistol and how if she pulls the trigger there, it'll snap her tiny woman wrist in half. And somebody's like, that's the Olympic gold medalist, Susie Straight Shooter, actually. I think she knows how to hold her gun.
Wow, what a tard. He's like that one guy 8 years ago who was like writing an op-ed for the New York Times. And he's like, this weekend I fired an AR-15 and I'm still crying. And it's like, oh, this is the most. Why would you publish this? Why was no editor at the New York Times like, hey, Steve, I just want to give you a call and be level with you. This is the most embarrassing set of words and sequence I've ever seen in my life. Please don't make me publish this. You look like a dummy. That gun you're crying about, here's a 4-year-old shooting it and laughing.
Hey, do you know if the Korean lady, what she plays? Because I know the Turkish guy on the left there, he took the silver medal.
Like silver? That was the big story. Who won?
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. Like
in this one.
I'm wondering if is it even split by sex? Like I don't know. Like where
that wasn't the New York Times, by the way. I was really? Did they do that bullshit?
I just picked a popular publication.
I've never heard of the New York Daily News, but I have heard of this article that you're talking about.
I guess it did its job. We're still talking about it 9 years later.
I think that being an Olympic shooter is not very hard, like to make the team and get over there to compete. Because I saw an article today about this lady who was an Olympic gymnast, but like for whatever reason, she couldn't continue with her career. Maybe she got too old, injured, or whatever. So she just transitioned to the shooting team. And it's like, okay. All right, you just slid right over, and now you're the person we send to shoot. I don't know. I think seems like if you want to go, they'll, you want to come? Sure. Yeah, come on, pile in.
I saw people saying that America wasn't doing too hot in the shooting competition.
Really
and it's
poorly.
like, yeah, no shit. We shoot real guns. Like, we don't shoot playthings like that. We don't have time for it. Do you know anyone who owns
about?
What are you talking about?
that little thing you saw them holding?
There are dozens of shooting events. There's skeet shooting.
I saw 2 stills and my mind is made up.
And by the way,
America's
they're
not doing
putting
well in the
those
shooting
bullets-
precision competition because we're not
They're
shooting
standing
precisely.
one-handed and the bullets are touching. The holes are fucking touching down
Wait,
there.
there's like real 3-gun and stuff too?
I don't know
No.
anything about Olympic shooting. I just know that like these people are representing us. That's an athlete.
I just don't buy into the excuses. Oh, Americans are too busy to do well in Olympic shooting. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
We have
We
all the
just
cool guns here.
We're
Look at
clearly
this
not
thing.
prioritizing it. Like it's clearly we're clearly not prioritizing it. You know what an Olympic gold medalist gets paid? Like what the U.S. gives them cash monies?
It should depend on how much they win.
A gold medal.
Oh,
Well,
I
It
think
should depend on the
it's an
event.
amount, right?
I think it's the same. I think gold medal pays a flat amount.
I didn't know it paid.
It's
Okay, I'm gonna guess
37,000
30,000 because I think I heard that.
$37,000.
Okay.
One-time
saw-
payment.
That's yeah.
It's not
Like,
that
I
much.
wonder if the teams have to
pretty shitty.
split it. Like, if there's a 4x100 relay team, do they all get 30 grand for their goals?
they all get 37 grand each. Surely.
37, right. And
Yeah,
so the
yeah.
basketball team, everyone gets 37 grand. I bet they're
Yeah,
so
100%.
Oh, yeah, they're stoked.
LeBron's
those-
like, now I got $1,037,000,000.
37 genuinely doesn't pay for their dinner. Like
I
you
heard
gotta
the,
give each
the
of them
basketball
37.
team 15 million for their like place there. They're not staying in the Olympic Village. They're staying someplace better.
Of course they are.
Some
Why would they-
athletes are
Those
chasing
Olympic
huge.
villages look like dorm rooms.
So Zach
Right,
just
you're
posted
right.
this. Huge gold medal bonuses, and it varies depending by country. Singapore pays 737,000 per gold, and
For
Canada a mere
hypothetical
16.
gold. How many golds is Singapore coming out?
I mean, maybe that's why they're so confident. They're like, yeah, take a fucking $1 million, sure. They're not at all prepared
Those
for it.
unpatriotic Canadians.
Italy 213,000, Malaysia, Kazakhstan $250,000. You know what you can do with $250,000? You can buy a good
All the
portion of
goats you
Kazakhstan.
want.
Yeah,
You
as
got
many
yourself a
goats as you
wife.
please.
That's a lot of goats.
It is. Well, I mean, what else are they going to do? I think it's the world's largest landlocked country, right?
I have no idea. I know it's an enormous country though.
I thought it was like Wakanda, like just a country that existed in movies.
Yeah, you didn't think it was real. Oh man, I didn't know Borat was based. It's so funny how much they hated the Borat movie. And if
Oh,
you
yeah.
were a Kazakh, I think that's what they're called. Like
Mhm.
it would be insulting. Like they're like, what the fuck? Like, why are you bullying us? Like we're literally a group. The Kazakhs. What are we even up to? We don't even know.
Kazakhstani
Like, we're not involved
government
in fighting.
The Kazakhstani government spent millions of dollars trying to repair the tourism and reputation damage that the Borat movie caused. Because, you know, they would not just make fun of them with made up off the top of their head gobbledygook. They would take Kazakhstani culture and twist it a little. So Borat drank fermented goat piss. That was like the drink of Kazakhstan, fermented goat piss. And actually, it's fermented goat's milk, which isn't that much better when you try to explain.
It's-
Like, no, do not listen to Borat. You do not drink the fermented piss. It is fermented goat milk. Oh, have some. It's called gulka. Have some gulka. Out of some hairy cup. Like,
Dude,
no.
it's so much
Out of
better.
a hairy
Out of a hairy. You drink out the traditional goat bladder chalice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, it's the testicles. They take the whole scrotum and they harden it. I don't think anyone's ever taken a bigger
I can't
national
tell
L.
if he's joking.
I am. I am
Okay.
joking. I don't think there's ever been a bigger like national L because you got to think about where Kazakhstan started. Had no
From the
idea
bottom.
where it was, what it was, or what they did there. And then the Borat movie was a massive thing. I remember being there at opening night and like everybody at work the next day, like 45-year-old men were saying, you know, using the Borat voice. Everybody was into that
Mhm.
shit.
Mhm. It was
It was a
funny.
cultural thing that happened. And they just have been so red-faced in Kazakhstan, just like, oh,
Was Kazakhstan?
you said it
one
was
of
going to be
those-
good. You said this was going to be good.
I feel like they don't
about
have
us.
TVs or movie theaters there. It's that meme. Like, if those kids could read, they'd be mad.
Yeah.
You know, if they had the internet,
Kazakhstan,
they'd be pissed.
They were one of those Soviet bloc countries, right?
Yeah.
And so were they around prior to the Soviet Union as like a nation, or were they one of those countries where they're like, we have proud tradition going back to 1990? Like that.
I don't know. I also think of Kazakhstan geographically as like Genghis Khan territory, where like it's so big that on the eastern side of it, people are more Asian looking, and on the west side of it, people are more brown looking,
like steppe people,
or,
like
or they actually would be more pale
kind of
looking. I guess you'd be getting closer to Europe than you would.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
are they? Man, they're right in the midst of the stands. The Turkmenistan, the Kyrgyzstan, the Afghanistan. Yeah,
I think it just means land.
We're going to have to declare war if they want me to learn this area, this geography.
They're so much bigger than most other countries. It's insane. Like they are a sleeper country. Well, it's probably,
are they north? It's not just a Mercadian projection thing, is it?
No, they're really big.
They're equal, or I guess the same latitude as Mongolia, and they're significantly bigger than Mongolia. You could fit 5 Ukraines in here. You could fit most of Western Europe in here.
It is bigger than I knew.
Yeah. You go north, and like Russia's hanging their hat on a lot of nonsense up north. Nope, nothing's going on there. But Canada is too, in fairness.
The whole Siberian oh yeah, for sure with Canada. All of that. It's kind of embarrassing that they didn't scoop up Alaska when it was on the market, right? Like that's gotta stick in their craw. They don't ever mention it, but like, what were y'all thinking?
They wouldn't have done anything with it.
That'd be like them buying Florida out of nowhere. And like them, imagine if Florida was actually Canada. And it was like, how did we lose Florida?
Oh, fuck.
Like, but it's worse than that, because instead of like, I don't know, herpes and white people, you've got gold and oil and national defense and, I don't know, timber, I suppose, if you really wanted it.
Are there any big upsets right now in the Olympic Games? Like, is any country doing way better?
How's U.S. basketball doing? I don't give a shit.
I'm pretty sure we've won every game.
Good, because it was looking weird there for a minute, like we were going to get embarrassed by Mongolia.
That frustrated me. Like people are like, you know what? We put this team together 6 days ago, and we had a practice game that was close. This is an embarrassment. And I'm like, really? This other team's been playing together for 3 years, and they like, let it go. It's fine. When it came time to win, they just decided to, and that's how the game.
Were those
went.
Practice games that like LeBron was having to come from behind and win and stuff?
Yes. Yeah.
Really?
And now
I hate the fake news. I hate that fake news liberal media fucking making me doubt the dream team. You know, if they're gonna lose a practice game, who cares about a practice game? Why would they even have a fucking practice game? I don't want to risk LeBron's precious knees practicing against Germany.
I hear you, and I definitely see the logic in what you're saying. The Sixers' best player is on that team, and he's always so fragile. I'm like, are we wasting him on the Olympics? However, the team really is like 3 weeks old now. They do need to practice together.
If we sent the men's NCAA team, would they just get trounced?
I bet they would. Yeah, basketball's so much more global than it was like 16 years ago.
Shockingly, and so much more.
China really good at it now?
China, I don't know, but I can't remember who was the last. So MVP is the best player in basketball. Sounds like most valuable, but that's the top award. And it's not been an American for like 5 years in a row now, something like that.
Boo!
6.
I don't like
How
that.
can that be?
That's embarrassing. It is.
I think it's.
What are
cool.
y'all doing?
I think it's neat. I think it's neat that it's a global sport, and America's clearly the dominant country, but more like Canada's the dominant country in hockey.
Yeah, I don't want to see some fucking Slovaki forklift driver beating us in basketball. Like, it's like if we lost in American football. Well, it's not as intense as if we did global American football and lost.
In the hockey comparison, every once in a while, the best player is probably Russian or American, but by and large, Canada's the best country.
That's fair. Yeah.
That's where the sport's headed in basketball.
Do you think we're in like the last bit of the glory days of dominating basketball? Because like kind of like Canada was up until like the 60s or 70s, where it was like a foregone conclusion in the Olympics. Like, who's going to win hockey? I don't know. Fucking Canada. Russia maybe wanted to.
Can I ask a question? Are we sure that it's the international? Like, is it that some of the stars are international players? Is that it? Or like, what I'm asking is like, is it across the board NBA players? There's more and more talent coming in internationally. Like there's guys coming off the bench internationally, guys that are like middling players, or they're just like 5 superstars from Europe that are like heavily outweighing the scale and making it seem.
Zach says 15 to 20% of the league is international.
That's fucked up. What are we doing?
That's pretty high.
I love it. There's people coming from all over the world, and they're basketball players. And by and large, like Americans get by on like tremendous athleticism and size and strength, and they can fucking jump from the foul line somehow. Whereas like the European players are generally known for finding the passing, working together, and just like trying to overcome the other team's physical advantages. I
don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I like being the best at things. You know, I like being the best at things. I wish we are. Well, which ones? Which ones are we the best at, Woody? Make me feel better.
I was going to say basketball. Like, we're going to win the gold.
Okay, that's good.
We just have to try.
Yeah.
It used to be we could send college kids and win.
Really? When was that it was college kids?
I want to say, like, the Russians were beating our college kids in the 80s, and that's why the first dream team came to exist. But prior to that, our college kids could beat anybody.
Man, I wish this. It's a shame we lost the Soviets. I didn't get to live through any of that Cold War stuff, not the real stuff. Like that must have been fun to have like an evil empire.
We got China now. We can be rivals with them.
I mean, they just sent that bio attack a few years ago. That was middling. You know, I'm looking for a real enemy like the Soviets were.
We're losing right now in the Olympics. I thought it was a foregone conclusion.
Total medals,
total golds. Yeah, we're down. China has 11, and we only have 9, and then France, Australia, Japan.
Oh, that's so early.
Yeah, let track and swimming play out and see where we stand.
I was about to bullshit it and be like, but we have more total medals, but I will not count a bronze. We're too good of a country to look at. Too good. We will not sink. That's some Kazakh shit.
That would be hard as fuck if we didn't count our bronzes on our news broadcast, so that we could occasionally be like, and the Chinese who count bronze medals. Wow.
Embarrassing. Wow. Our bronze medalists are jailed.
Remember what Saddam Hussein did to that basketball team for losing?
What? How did he have high hopes for the Iraqi basketball team?
No, it was soccer. It was soccer. Yeah. He threw him in a pool of acid, Taylor.
There's no way. He just had that ready.
No, he watched him on TV lose, and then he picked up the phone. He called Chemical Ali. That's one of his boys. You may not remember. I'm not even fucking kidding. He had one of his boys. His name was Chemical Ali, and he was like, "Yo, I need 28,000 gallons of acid, like stat. Yeah, at my house. Yeah, my pool. Let's go. Yeah, I just watched him take the L, and then he threw them all in the acid pool.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That doesn't seem realistic. Because
you always want to think the best of despots.
You're gonna start. Why would you start from scratch and have to make a whole new soccer team? Why would that be easier than just like little under the table steroid action? Are you wanting me to get into the
mind of a man like Saddam Hussein? I don't know.
Just to think rationally for a second.
It's kind of blank.
Yeah.
Zach, help me out. Did Saddam Hussein throw his soccer team in a pool of acid?
You fucking made this
so silly. It can't be true, but I'm quite sure it is.
That's man. I love that. I hope you just made this up.
Oh, I definitely didn't make it up. Like this happened.
That's ridiculous. It'd be like, oh man, we lost by 2 in our soccer game. You know, should we go back to the drawing board? Should we get a new defense? Nah, we're going clean slate with the whole team.
We're rebuilding.
We're in a rebuild phase. The dark era, as Uday Hussein, the son of Saddam Hussein, abused his control of Iraqi football and tortured players who played poorly, sending them to prison, making them bathe in sewage and kick concrete balls, shaving their heads. Man, you feel like you got off easy with a head shave based on the sewage swim. Yeah. Damn. See, that's not how you build a winning culture. Like
how do you build a winning culture, huh? If not kicking concrete soccer balls.
Sure about this.
Steroids, poaching the coaches from other countries. Like that's how you build a winning tradition, not sewage swimming. Man, Uday. The more I hear about this Uday fella, the more I don't like him.
Well, he can't hurt us anymore.
In the office, there's a brief period where Dwight thinks he's going to be the manager And so he replaces Michael's desk with an exact replica of Uday Hussein's desk. It's like this marble slab. It's dark and scary.
I haven't gotten to that part yet. I don't even remember that part. That must be a post-Michael season because I don't have any memory of. I just had those on in the background. After Michael leaves, it's not funny.
Yeah, those guys were horrific. They were terrible. That seemed like that Iraq war was a bad idea. I liked the Iraq war. I just thought we should have left way sooner. Like we should have popped in.
Why did you like in the first Iraq war, the second one, or both?
All right, I love the first Iraq war. That's like COD 4 of wars.
Because we had to defend Kuwait.
It's the COD 4.
Yeah, we had to defend Kuwait and the oil, and so it was a righteous war. And then there was that part when the Iraqis realized they were fighting a 21st century military, but it was still the 20th century. and we just did that highway of death thing where there were skulls burning. It looks exactly like Terminator 2's future. When the machines have killed everything and it's nothing but burnout cars with skeletons in them. That's what we did to the Iraqis. And so that was it's a huge win. And then we were like, we're out, and just left. I mean, we kept our oil in Kuwait. Everybody was happy. Even the Iranians were happy, but we left. The Kurds weren't happy because, he gassed them.
Did we even go into Iraq that war? I guess we did, but we didn't really take Baghdad. We just pushed them back.
Yeah. That's actually a good question. I think that one general was famous for doing those attacks where they just went hard and fast into Baghdad, not stopping to clear things as they went. They just stormed in and took it. But maybe that's the second one. It's Star Wars movies. It's easy to confuse them. It's pretty much it's the same plot over and over. But the second one I liked too. I just felt like we should have left way earlier. It's like a decade went by. So what are we still doing here? We should have left 3 months in. Once we had already, as soon as we killed Saddam, we should have left and had a provisional government do their own thing. And then there wouldn't have been the big insurgency because they were just coming to kill us.
We didn't really have a plan for victory. We were we're going to go in there, we're going to take control, and then, we didn't really think about that part.
We hung him. We killed both sons. I've seen their bodies. We put everybody's fucking face on a pack of playing cards. Do you remember that? How they had?
Yes. Yeah. It was really cool. So
badass.
If people don't know, they were looking for, I'll say 52 people. And a way to make all the soldiers capable of recognizing these people on sight is they put them on player cards, and they were ranked, right? So the aces might be like Saddam Hussein himself, or Chemical Ali might be like a Jack or a Queen or something, and Baghdad Bob might have been a Joker.
How can you make Ahmed the rule card? I am so much more devious than this.
All the way. So they had all the way down. All these people of interest were on the deck of cards, and that's how the soldiers, presumably playing with them all the time, would know if they saw them.
If I were one of those wanted criminals, I would absolutely want a pack of those cards. That would be such a cool thing to have, to be like, dude, America thinks I'm the Jack of evil. the Jack of evil. The Jack of spades.
What rank would you want to be?
Oh, ace or king.
Oh, you want to be the most wanted person. You don't want to be a 3 that perhaps gets overlooked at the end of the war.
I'd be embarrassed to be a 2 or a 3 because those are guys where they were trying to fill out because the CIA at that point's all right, we got 4 guys that we really need to find. And then they fill all those cards out and they're like, all right, well, that guy's I guess he's sinister. He's bullying people at the fucking open market. Like that on there.
I don't want to be a 2 or an ace. Those are the people that get noticed. I want to slip in as a 4 or something, right?
Just a nice 5 of hearts.
This is actually kind of a news story today because Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 2 others responsible for the 9/11 hijackings pled some kind of a deal and escaped the death penalty today.
Oh, okay.
Wait, those guys are still kicking around. Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. We don't forget.
That's unreal. That's it. Wait, we've had them in custody for this long.
Right. Oh yeah. We've got an island.
We've been feeding them for 23 years.
This this guy with the pennies. Always with the pennies and not the dollars.
Well, I read about this, and I know why. So here's what happened.
They've got a Time Magazine subscription. Can you believe it? That adds up.
N64 in there.
So what happened is we picked these guys up and put them in Gitmo, if I have my people right. And W just went like full on fucking cowboy. He threw them in Gitmo, but he knew that he would lose if he tried them, because there are things like chain of custody of evidence, etc., that got all fucked up. And we weren't worried about that. We were just taking people, throwing them in Gitmo. So by pleading to what he get, life in prison or something, but not the death penalty, he got that because we knew we couldn't win like an actual trial. So we just gave him this deal.
Zach, show us some pictures of
like
Gitmo. Taylor's upset that we're keeping this man forever at Gitmo. Show us this paradise he's kept at. This isn't one of those.
Nice.
This isn't one of those Baltic jails that has like a PlayStation 5.
Can we put him in regular prison now?
Oh,
And,
why
like,
would we?
Because I feel like Gitmo's an expensive way to keep people.
I mean,
Now I'm pinching pennies. Come on, Taylor.
Boom. See, I wasn't thinking about the cost as much as it is like this is like keeping Lecter
That
alive.
is a paradise. I've vacationed to places way worse than this.
I don't think they're on the beach, Woody.
They're on the beach and they're laying there like American imperialist fools. We are Russian now.
Yeah, this is the fun part.
Wow. Oh, look at those guys sitting around having a blast.
Oh my god.
Nothing but fun at Gitmo. That's what Kyle wants. Kyle wants a big sewing circle of all the world's most dangerous.
This
for them
looks
to have
like
a
one of the
fun
most.
time.
This looks horrific.
Wow, they get to talk to girls.
Don't assume her gender.
I think she's giving them water because they've kept them out there in the sun inexplicably for days. Look at the
She's
haircut.
like, just a few more cup deliveries and I'll finally be on the Secret Service team.
It's
Socks
weird
are
they
kinda
all.
dope.
It's weird they all chose the same haircut, huh?
It is. Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about it from a money standpoint. I was thinking about it from a they 9/11'd us. You know, we gotta, you know, maybe do something at halftime, Super Bowl. Like,
You want to bring some of these political prisoners out during sporting events, kind of like the Romans would.
no, that's barbaric. We would never like kill them on national television. It'd be like, all right, in a pregame skirmish, it will be the Atlanta Falcons versus these 11 guys from Gitmo. And the only thing that's going to happen is Atlanta keeps kicking off, baby. Like that's and we just
Want to make them
smoke
play
them.
American football?
Yes. Yeah. They get no pads. They don't know the rules.
We don't get helmets. Huh?
Nope. And then some fucking, 4.240 guy is going to run like a bullet at him. You don't think that would get people excited? Chanting USA?
I think it'd be kind of
100%.
sad because those guys look, like they're already having a hard time. You don't want to pity them.
We could
Taylor,
do a
you're
little
right.
longest
I'm so glad
yard.
we didn't go with something barbaric like Kyle was suggesting.
Yeah.
I was thinking you just put them in the UFC.
What about the longest yard? Like we get the 9/11 hijackers like 4 months to get ready to play the Patriots.
What do they get if they win? Freedom?
A quick death.
You know what would be great? How about this? How about like we tell them they get freedom if they win, and then we have the Patriots throw, but at the end we're just like, nah, you thought you really won? They thought they won. They thought all this was real, and then like you like peel back the lights, like no one's watching this. You thought this was broadcast, and then you just hang them all.
Yeah, that's a lot of pomp and circumstance for nobody to even be able to watch. I want to watch.
Well,
You
I
wouldn't
want-
have fun
I'll
seeing
invite
Brady. You don't want to see Tom Brady throw for 5,000 yards in the game.
We're bringing Brady out of retirement to play Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, he'd do fine, dude.
Why don't we use
Apparently, we're bringing back the
non-40
2017 Patriots or something.
That's what we're doing.
Isn't he like 43 now? Oh, speaking of that,
That's a good idea.
I love when there's a UFC story so silly or big that Taylor can be part of it. Taylor, you of course know our good friend Tony Ferguson, the man who won 16 fights in a row and then has lost 6 or 7 in a row now. and is
jaw
receiving
kick, chin kick guy.
Yeah,
Yes,
his
that
face
is the
turned
guy,
into
yeah.
putty
Yeah,
face. El Kukui, the Nightmare Man. He has another fight in like 3 days. Saturday night, He's fighting another guy. He's 40 years old now, and I really need him to win this fight so he can retire on a win and just escape. But I don't think he's gonna win. I think he's gonna get fucked up again.
This is gonna be his last fight, regardless.
No, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Here's one little thing in all of these losses, and it's been against, for the most part, like 4 out of the 6 of his last losses have been like badasses he was fighting, like real Mount Rushmore type talent.
Are we talking about Tony Ferguson?
Yeah, and he's had like flat. He fought Gaethje and Chandler, and he's fighting people in the top 5 of his weight class.
Tony Ferguson, he just lost to Paddy Pimblett. Before that, he lost to Bobby Green. Before that, he lost to the ghost of Nate Diaz at the end of his career, who went on to get beat by Jake Paul. And then prior to that, this is right, Michael Chandler is pretty badass.
Yeah, I'm going all the way back to there. See, he's piled up like 3 or 4 losses in like a year. Or it feels like anyway. I had forgot he lost to Paddy. That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, he fought twice last year, not this year. This will be his first.
It's bad. It's bad, Taylor. He said, Taylor, Woody, you'll like this. He said he's done like dozens and dozens of rounds of hard sparring in preparation for this fight.
I did see that, but not. It was like 160 rounds or something. Like it was a really big number, more than most. Is he still getting trained by what's the Navy SEAL semi-psycho guy?
Oh no, David Goggins got his Instagram and boost and disappeared because he realized that Tony could not, in fact, carry the boats.
Okay, I was hoping that he stayed with him.
Why? That guy was ruining him. He had him do Tony. So this Goggins guy, Taylor, is that black influencer, ex-Navy SEAL, whose whole thing is just running.
He's like the best exerciser in the world.
He's like
a marathon guy, right?
The ultra marathon shit.
Ran 100 miles with a broken foot. He broke his foot before the race and was like, I think I still got this.
Stupid. Just like hurts himself to like harden his will against an enemy that is never coming. You know, you're a 50-year-old man. What do you think is coming? Dude, you know, he doesn't listen to music when he does this hard like workout stuff because he thinks that makes him soft. And he needs to be prepared, Taylor. If he needs to really dig down deep for that grit, that man shit that he needs to survive, he's not going to have fucking the Beach Boys. They won't be there with him. No, sir.
You know,
they won't be there to drop a beat.
I wish I had a mental disorder that lowered my body fat.
Yeah,
that's what I need.
You know, it would be true mental toughness, being able to listen to music and also focus.
If he wants to impress me, let me see his Elden Ring character.
So for some reason, he trained Tony Ferguson, this like fucking influencer, basically, is what that guy is. Like trained a professional athlete who's 39 at the time, and his answer was, so much cardio, you're going to die. He was like, here's the thing. I have a cardio program that I'd like you to do. No one has ever done it before. You'd be the first to complete it. And like, he means it. He really does have a cardio program that no one had ever completed. Tony Ferguson at 39 completed it somehow. And then he had to go into the octagon and fight another killer. So he just looked broken down.
Yeah, of course. But think about what's more useful in the octagon than marathon running training. Because
actually, if I was in a fight, being able to run would be my best skill.
Yes. You're not being rewarded for winning. He's gonna get in the mix there at some point. That's ridiculous. Anyone can come up with a fucking cardio plan that's impossible. Hey, it's the Taylor plan. Run 200 miles a day for a week. No one's completed it. Yeah, no shit.
But see, the thing is, he's doing it with you, so it's that's part of it. Like you have to do what he's doing.
This guy just loves to run, and he's backwards engineering a whole worldview out of it.
Not just run. He was the chin-up champion of the world for some time, right?
I have pull-up in my head, but I'm not sure enough to say you're off target.
I think it's you're probably right. One or the other. You know what I mean?
Pretty cool.
He had done the most like strict form pull-ups in 24 hours.
Like 10,000 or something.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Kyle said he's an influencer, and I don't know if he meant it as an insult, but he is the best exerciser I've ever heard of. He is really, really good at it. And running is just one thing. The mental toughness is outrageous. The pull-ups is if you can run like ultra marathons and do more pull-ups than anybody else, you're a pretty fit dude.
Yeah,
You know
you guys
what's
should have
scary?
led with the pull-up thing. That's awesome. That's
imagine
so much fun.
if what's his name again? I keep wanting to call him
David Goggins.
David
Thank you.
Goggins. Walton Goggins is that actor.
He's not a good runner.
Imagine if you were on an island or something and you had to run from him and he had like a spear and he gave you a day's head start. It wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? Like how terrifying would that be to have him coming for you?
Now,
and you
is
can hear
he a
him?
good climber?
I think he was the
He's the best
pull-up
at pull-ups.
champion of the
Okay,
world.
is he a good swimmer?
Dude, I would be like a 3-year-old
Navy
playing hide
SEAL.
and seek.
I don't think there's anywhere I can go where he's not going to get me.
I love that. That's so good. Is he a climber? He was the pull-up champion of the world. Is he a good swimmer? He is a Navy SEAL.
Okay, I'm going to have to do something absurd, like cover myself in my own feces and be naked. Like,
he
with a
would love
spear.
that. He would
You
love
think
that.
he'd love that? You think he'd just see that as a mental toughness test? I'm throwing up from the smell of my own shit, and he's like barging into it. Man, yeah, I don't know what I would do because he's gonna catch me. I would need to booby trap him or something. And my
Like
knowledge
Predator.
of booby traps is little more than what I've seen in Home Alone.
I
And
know
so
some stuff.
You do? Like, how would?
Yeah.
Okay, do you actually think you could survive an island that's not super small, but it's also not big enough you can escape forever?
I don't even know what the rules to this game are, but the answer is going to be no. That I could not survive. No.
I
would
looked
be
it up.
stabbed to death.
He's the former Guinness World Record holder for pull-ups. He did 4,030 in 17 hours.
Okay, I don't care that this guy's eccentric anymore. This guy sounds pretty cool. I like that he's just running around, pulling up, it's people on islands.
I mean, it's kind of to the level of a mental disorder, but it's impressive too.
I don't remember the exact circumstance, but it basically, I think he wanted to run an ultra marathon, and he'd already promised he was going to. But then he learned that to compete in that one, he had to qualify in a separate ultra marathon. So he's like, "Oh, well, let me run real quick before I run one real quick, and I'll be good to go." And so he like ran back to back like super marathons or something. I think that's when his feet were broken and bleeding. I see those people shitting themselves. They run until they lose control of their bowels, and they'll just have shit running down their legs. That's always fun for Olympic coverage, by the way.
I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't want to run so much that I shit myself.
Very common.
No, he
Very
wouldn't like
common.
that, Taylor.
Wouldn't like
That's
it.
a bold stance you take in there.
I do it 60 yards into the race. Oh, he's shit himself coming out of the starting block.
It's my
Sorry.
MMA tactic.
Sorry.
This is unbelievable. It's the second time he shit himself. Now, Tina, correct me if I'm wrong. This is a 5K they're running? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you shit. Oh, that'd be awful. Oh my god, that reminds me. So, also kind of a good segue. Flava Flav, I guess, sponsored the women's. What's that? What's it called?
I think it's their water polo team.
Water polo. Yeah, when they're in the pool with the ball. I think he sponsored them. I don't know what that means. I guess he just gave them some money to help with their, team shit or whatever. But it reminded me. Did y'all watch Flavor of Love, his reality show from 2005?
I remember that.
All my coworkers were black, and I don't remember what night after work we would go to a different person's house and like hang out and watch TV, shoot pool, play video games, whatever like they did at that house. And I was always the only white person there, and so they watched Flavor of Love. And I remember being in a room of only black people watching Flavor of Love, and it was educational because they fucking loved that shit. And I gotta say, it was wild because the first thing that happened, basically Flavor Flav's a rapper, an old school rapper. He looks like a monster. He's a very ugly man. And they round up like a dozen hoes that want to get with Flavor Flav. And they're all kind of gathered around doing, they're taking pictures for the show and they're filming the reality show. And he's like, yeah, it's nice to meet all y'all. We're going to go into the big room, but first we're going to take a little break. I'm going to go upstairs. And one of the girls shits herself, shits herself, and it falls on the floor. A doo-doo falls out of her. They're all wearing cocktail dresses. Everybody's dressed like a stripper. And she just shit straight. And you can see her do like the I'm shitting myself maneuver and then Flava Flav is like, yo, what the fuck? What's that smell, yo? Oh, and all of the women are like, I didn't shit myself. Wait, where's Shanika? And they track her down to the bathroom and like totally humiliate her. They're like, yo, did you shit yourself? And she's like, it just fell out. I don't know what to say. I am embarrassed. And he's like, you know what? I ain't kicking you out. let's see what you made of.
That took courage. Yeah,
yeah, he kept her on the show after she literally shit herself in front of everyone. It was awful.
That's
disgusting. It was awful.
I didn't watch. All I remember of that show is that like the bits and pieces and the promos before I turned to something else off of VH1 or MTV, whichever one it was. But it was just the most goblin-esque little 5'3" man with like a grandfather clock on a pendulum.
Fuck
yeah. And then just the most aggressive, mean women all vying for his attention, screaming, pulling hair.
Yeah.
It wasn't the demo, but I can see how that would be entertaining.
Later on, he got with Brigitte Nielsen, who is Sylvester Stallone's ex-wife. She's like a gorgeous 6 foot tall blonde woman. And then they had a TV show together where they were like married, I think. And it was bizarre to see that she was much older at this point. She's kind of a gilf, but she was, that was their thing. I can remember them being in a bathtub naked together. And it just being the most disgusting television. It was a weird time. VH1. That was a crazy lineup.
Are we talking about Dr. Disrespect?
No, we were just talking about how on Flavor of Love, that lady shit herself in front of everybody, and he still kept her on the show because that wasn't like that didn't mark her off his list of potential.
That almost seems like a setup. How do you just shit your pants actually, it couldn't be a setup. How could you convince someone to do that? But also, how do you have such little integrity to the tensile strength of your butthole that poop can just tumble on out of there long ways? Like, that doesn't make sense.
You might have to talk to the
as if they're like a Play-Doh machine. Yeah. That shape comes up on the extruder.
Yeah, as if all poop just happens to be that shape. It's not your asshole that makes it.
No. She was meeting, Flava Flav. She was excited. She was on TV, and it just fell out as she said.
Have you ever met someone you were so excited you almost pooped your pants?
No, but that's an expression. Someone's done it. You know what I mean? Like some people get so excited they shit themselves, I suppose. Just
speaking of shitting yourself, I'm looking at these medal totals for India. What the fuck is going on with the Indian Olympians? No.
Are they killing it?
India is the most populous country on the planet. Zach, don't link anything yet. Just by comparison, China has 24 total medals, 11 gold. U.S. has 37 total medals, 9 gold. Most populated country on the planet. How many golds, silvers, and bronzes do you think India has right now? I'm going
to guess they combine for 3.
Kyle?
I didn't listen to the question.
The question is, how many medals does India have right now? Most populated
country with no high school gym or really
I'm going to say 12. Yeah, 12 medals.
They have 0 golds, 0 silvers, and 3 bronze. So Woody,
that's pretty good.
Woody, the clairvoyant over here, incredible. But isn't that they're losing to? I had to look up. Australia has 26 million people. That's 10 million fewer people than India's largest city.
It is an athletic competition, Taylor. A series of them. What?
How could there not be some more athletes in a country of fucking 2 billion people?
I mean, you've seen them.
Yeah, but there's outliers everywhere. Chinese people aren't that tall, but every once in a while, some fucking monster comes out of there.
I think the Chinese are genetically, or I think the Chinese have been building Ubermen for like a whole fucking generation.
They're he's one of them.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think Yao Ming's a real person. They created him in a fucking laboratory.
Dude, if I were the king of India, I'd find a reason to keep us out of the Olympics. Because this is embarrassing.
You know what? The French are arrogant. We're not sending a team to Paris.
Yeah, we don't want to win too many medals.
I don't even know what channel I haven't watched anything, to be honest. I don't know where I would watch it. I did catch, or because I got sent all the screen grabs or whatever, the the drag queen Last Supper. That was, I mean, what was that?
What are we talking about? The drag queen Last Supper?
Oh, in the opening ceremonies, they had a bunch of drag queens do the Last Supper. You know, the Da Vinci painting of Christ and all his disciples around the table. And Christ is played by a gigantic fat woman, and everybody else is a man dressed as a woman, all of the disciples. And this is part of the opening ceremonies.
I saw a still of that. I didn't watch any of it.
This is a pride parade that we have in every major city. This is the opening ceremonies of the Paris Olympics. Well, this isn't even this.
Is that King Neptune there? What are they crossing the equator? And
probably supposed to be Dionysus.
Wait, who is that? Jesus with the blue dress on?
I would guess so, because it has like the halo thing around that you see in paintings and whatnot. But yeah, I saw like stills of this. I haven't really watched any of the Olympics at all, other than like a clip of an event on Twitter here and there. But I saw stills of this, and I'm like, who's this for? Like who's like, who's gonna love this? The world. The world's gonna love this. Like, no. Like, most people see this, and believe it or not, they find it off-putting.
Is this like something that's not new in France?
What, being gay? That is what they're good at.
No, like I'm just guessing. Like, do they have some tradition that this makes sense? Where, like, are we just looking at it through this American lens?
That's not a French thing.
Drag queen.
No.
Zach says I'm right.
What? They have a tradition.
Zach said yes. They submit.
Drag queen Last Suppers. Yeah, they don't have a Last Supper drag queen tradition. Someone was like, "Hey, you know what? The opening ceremony need a drag queen Last Supper." Yeah. Yes, everyone vote. Yeah, everyone's in. Great. Let's start casting some weird motherfuckers. Who was that blue man? Who was that blue man?
So
I don't know. I was kind of vibing with the blue guy. Not really. That's weird. That is so strange. Like, you would think, because I saw the stills of that, and I remembered that really cool one from maybe it was 2004, 2008, where China hosted it, and they had 1 billion people playing those drums, being like, "Oh no shit, don't know shit over." Like,
drums were fucking intimidating, dude.
I remember seeing that and being like, "Damn, China does not play. Like, China is a real deal country.
They know how to play the drums."
So I'm reading about this thing that Kyle brought up. It has nothing to do with the Last Supper. There weren't 12 people at the table. No one was supposed to be Jesus, etc. It's supposed to have something to do with Mount Olympus. The idea was to create a big pagan party in link with the god of Mount Olympus. And you will never find me or my work or any desire of mocking anyone. So it was some sort of Mount Olympus thing having to do with the Olympics and not.
That sounds so much worse what you said.
I just read it.
The guy's like, we were not mocking the Last Supper. It was about connecting with Lord Cthulhu, who's the demon of pain. Now, we like to pay homage to him, and the more eyes we get to watch, the more power.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, who wants to like? Shouldn't the ceremonies be like cool? Shouldn't they inspire people and like look neat, not like a bunch of bearded men in dresses frolicking about?
I would like a dog show.
I don't know why they were in drag. Like, does France have some drag tradition that I don't understand?
It's because that's what's in vogue right now for the kind of people who make these decisions.
I don't know where you.
What, you don't know where I did something? What did I do? No, you didn't do anything. I'm just like, there's definitely not a tradition though of like drag queen Last Supper like displays. This is like just a skit that they put on, like just like the drums in China. There's no like tradition of like 10,000 drummers playing to scare the West. They were like, what, fucking scare the U.S. Come on, turn the red lights on.
I did see a clip of like some like normal French people reacting to it. That was funny. Where even they were speaking French, so I didn't exactly know, but you could tell they're being like, even for me as a Frenchman, this is pretty gay.
I said that.
This is pretty embarrassing for the whole nation of France. However they would sound. Yeah, I saw this stuff about it where they're like, actually, it's the Feast of Dionysus. And it's like, yeah, but the staging of it and everything, like you're kind of doing multiple things there.
Looks like the Last Supper to me.
Yeah, and it's, I don't think the Feast of Dionysus traditionally had Dionysus wearing the kind of Catholic sigil thing over the head of Christ. Regardless, it's fucking ugly and ridiculous. Like, who watched that and was like, yes,
right.
other than the choreographers?
I scanned a few more articles. I think you guys are right. It's just drag and woke and trendy, which I was hoping not to see that. But it doesn't seem like anyone meant to do the Last Supper. That's just something that Americans are seeing in it when they were going for some Olympic.
It's not just Americans. It's like a lot of Catholic countries, like a lot of people from Catholic countries, so like Italians.
People who like
the
Easter Bunny and fake shit are getting all upset calling it the Last Supper. But I'm not. There were 12 people, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. It definitely was framed the same way as the Last Supper, looking like that, and so it's almost like I could see it being like a have your cake and eat it too. Do this, also mock that. But I don't know. I can't read their mind. When they say stuff like, I didn't imagine how this could be offensive. It's like, really? Yes, you did. yes, you did. You think fucking Chinese people are watching this opening ceremony and thinking it's awesome? Like, no, this was alienating and weird to everyone who wasn't involved in the choreography of it. It just is.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to any of the games. Is there anything I'm supposed to be on the lookout for? Do we have some like track and field person who's going to break a world record or anything?
Those records break all the time because they have so many events, seemingly.
Some of them.
Katie Ledecky won.
Who's that?
That's our swimmer, right?
Yeah, dude. It's actually pretty cool. I think she has like... hold on. She has the top 20 fastest 1500 swimming times in the world. So like, not only is she has the fastest time ever, but she has the next 19 fastest swims also. And she just got a gold. Yeah. She won by like 50 meters. She was finishing the event when the other people were like, she might have won by 100 meters. I don't know. It was outrageous.
It's crazy when someone's so much better than everyone else.
Mm-hmm. In any sport. It's always neat. Yeah. Phelps was like that because of his weird torso length, right?
I think something about his lactic acid production too. I've read, but you never know what's like propaganda.
Yeah, me too. Janet Evans, I think that was her name. She was a swimmer. It's close to that, but I have it wrong. Anyway, her throat was like 400% bigger than everybody else's. Like she just had a bigger PVC pipe bringing air in and out of her leg. Yeah. Yeah, imagine getting a blowjob that's not tight.
He's not even getting blown. He's like, she's always says she has to save her throat for the games. This dumb bitch. She is the throat goat, and I can't get any. That would suck. Yeah, anyway, man, India with 3 bronze medals. That's so embarrassing. That's so fucking embarrassing to have that. Imagine if our country was 6 times bigger and had 6 times as many people. You think we'd be having the same amount of medals?
I don't think they're as industrialized as you might think. I'm not sure if the vast population is really utilized for Olympic gold.
Yeah,
it's not that. So like I
don't think so.
England colonized India and like just dominated that country. When India finally left, the leaders of the country were like, we're going to engineer the fuck out of this shit. First of all, everybody learns English. English is the fucking 37 different weirdo languages we speak in India now. Those are all your second languages. Your first is India. Suck a dick. That's the rule. Also, you're all engineers and doctors. Fuck every other profession. This is India. We're going to focus on engineering and medical sciences. And here we are, like 50 years later, they're all engineers and doctors. None of them played sports. High schools don't even have sports. This is the culture that you get out of it.
Even engineers and doctors are just a teeny percentage of it. Like I feel like most Indians are like dirt poor, right? Like just living in the grossest city you've ever seen.
If you talk, at least in my experience, I've talked to a lot of Indians.
Zach, show us some filthy streets in India to hammer home these points we're making.
Is a huge national shame for them. Like I had a trip to India scheduled. I didn't end up going, but like I got pulled. It sucked. But anyway, they're like, prepping me so I didn't judge them too hard on the poverty you see as the plane lands. Like there's you've seen Brazil where there's like a line between rich and poor. India has that as well. And they're like, oh, they're called the untouchables. It's the bulk of our population. We're working on it.
Yeah. And they are secret. They're not working on it.
That sign says Delhi Park.
Yeah. Welcome to the cleanest street in all of India.
Caste system that determined how you got into college and such, and they got rid of all that. Untouchables with good grades now have social mobility. Looks like a cow's body, right?
In the bottom center, it looks like a tiny child, maybe with half its head submerged.
I see what you're talking about.
Though. I'm just looking for anything awful I can find. This is dreadful though.
Do you think they have like a superhero experience?
This is the worst.
It's not the Expendables, it's the Untouchables.
Dude, look at that dog shitting in the water.
And instead of 7 superheroes, they have like 10,000 people they don't care if they die.
Yeah, man, look at that. Look at that dog. Just
we're not done with them yet, are we? God damn it, Zach.
Zach, we need a whole collage. We need to experience this culture and marvel at it. Man, do they hate? Man, they love cows. They hate trash cans. Like what else do they do over there? I've never seen a group of people who's more comfortable throwing a plastic bottle in a river. Like, would you ever do that? If I saw someone at a public beach like throw a plastic bottle in the ocean in Florida, I and most normal people would be like, "Whoa, what are you doing, dude? Like, you can't throw garbage out here." Like, you guys are probably the same. If you're at the beach and like someone left a bottle cap or like something, you take that back with you.
Taylor, here's the thing. In the river, yes. But when you're driving down the road, I feel like you should throw anything and everything out your window except for glass bottles. Now, hear me out here. Here in Georgia, they let the fellas out of the jails to clean that trash on the side of the road. And if everybody did as you would like and stopped throwing their garbage out the window, then those guys would have nothing to do out there on the roads. They wouldn't be able to enjoy the bright, sunny Georgia afternoon.
Wow. Is this like Kyle Myers I'm talking to, or Kai Rikram Mayarishalu that I am speaking with currently?
I just think throw your garbage out the window when you're driving down the road, because that'll get that work crew out there something to do, enjoying their day.
You know what happens if you encourage that? You get India.
You get more workers,
which is basically another India.
We're getting nowhere near that. Those people are so. I don't know how that happens. It's clearly cultural, but like the shitting in the streets thing, I can't remember this exact story, but it was something about a Canadian woman spotting an Indian person shitting in holes they were digging on like a public beach, and she didn't want to report them because it was an Indian person, and that made her, and that would be a bad look to like report an Indian for shitting in a hole.
All cultures are equal, Kyle. What? Get with it.
Yes, exactly equal. Yeah, it doesn't matter what ethnicity someone is. If you see them pooping in the sand,
what about those Haitian
you got to call
cannibals?
A ranger.
What about those Haitian cannibals they caught trying to enter the United States illegally? Is their culture equally viable to ours?
I can see them on the internet looking at the most obese countries. Like, let's go to America. It's a cannibal's paradise.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. No, cannibalism is a storied tradition in Haiti. And so for you to question that is, I don't know, little bigoted.
Yeah.
I'm anti-cannibal. I always have been, and I'm not afraid to take that stance. I mean, I would eat a person if it was legal.
Kyle,
if they
away
put
the cannibal
on the menu.
vote.
I would absolutely eat person. I wouldn't eat dog though. I'd feel bad for the dog, but I could eat a person.
I'd rather eat a dog because I'm pretty sure eating people you can get really fucked up diseases.
No, we can eat the brain matter. Like, we're not eating like ground people. We're going to have like a nice fillet of Peter, or like some fucking grilled Susan. Like, this is going to be
been like 5-6 hours since I've eaten, maybe.
Yeah.
But
it's 5 p.m. and he had lunch on time. He's like, what have you got?
I had an early that Chipotle bowl. They shortchanged me.
I think it should be legal to eat people, and I think that you should be able to like donate your body not to science, but to culinary science, to like the rest. Imagine a restaurant like super trendy called the Cadaver or something, or the Morgue, and they serve people, and you'd have like a picture of the person on the wall, like this is Susan. She donated her body to culinary science.
It's called the Morgue. It's all in lowercase, the title font, and it's got an umlaut over the O, and it's like fancy.
An umlaut over the O.
I like that.
I like that too. Okay. We just gotta get cannibalism legalized in Vegas, probably.
Most people are gonna hate it.
Yeah, that seems like
Vegas is probably
Vegas would be the place, or an Indian reservation. We could say it's part of their like cultural thing, and we'd have a chef who's like 1/8 Cherokee to like help us,
Man, isn't life crazy? The Indians here, the Feather Indians, absolutely hate litter. Don't care for one bit. Makes them cry. The real Indians love litter. You show them a piece of litter, and they're like, "Let's triple it, bud." And
you call that litter?
You call that litter?
I understand.
Relax and view the river of bodies.
My understanding is that Ganges River or whatever is sacred to them. Like, it's not just like a big river. It's not the Mississippi. It's like a holy river. And that is the most filthy thing. Have you ever seen when it's all frothy and there's like 3 feet of foam, like a beer on top of where the water like takes a turn?
Is it salt water?
No.
It's hard to get fresh water to froth.
Yeah.
I saw a woman washing her clothes, and like a dead body was floating by like 20 feet away, like in the water.
And you judged her.
And you see one dead body, that wasn't the dead body of the day. Like there's a constant parade of those things going by. Yeah, they love litter. They hate. I can't imagine hating nature as much as India does. They despise it. They see a fresh tree and they're like, no. Can you imagine if like you went to Vatican City and you're like, oh, why did they smear feces all over the pillars? Oh, they've ruined it. There's condom wrappers all over the ground.
I bet the Taj Mahal doesn't look like that. Zach, can you find pictures of the Taj Mahal looking trashy? Like a little sort of peel the curtain back a little bit, like is the Taj Mahal? Because I know whenever I see pictures of the Great Pyramids of Giza, if you frame it just right, it's like, oh my God, look at this testament to time. But then you like turn the camera like 90 degrees and you see these slums and everything and just garbage, giant piles of plastic bottles. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, look at that bird, the trash bird.
Man, that trash is so old. Like this looks like an AI.
I've never seen plastic actually begin to decompose before. Holy
it's been out
shit.
for a while.
Oh, they can't have this in eyesight or eye line of the Taj Mahal. That's their big thing. That's their to-do. Their
Why
world
don't they
wonder.
burn it? Why don't they burn the trash for fuel or something?
Burn the trash for fuel.
I'm serious. I think I know there's major cities that do that. They burn the trash for fuel. I'm sure of it.
What the fuck is going on in India? Why is there so much garbage? You can't assign like 1/10 of 1%. They take 1/10 of 1% of their population. It's like, you're garbage men now. That's 20 million people.
The problem is they don't have any garbage men, like not a single one.
Do you see one trash can here?
Why is it?
I don't see any trash cans right here.
Checkmate.
Something to take note of is like, this isn't being used as real estate or being developed for a reason. There's just no money. Like, they're next to the fucking Taj Mahal and there's not room for like a Ben and Jerry's here.
Yeah. Would you eat Ben and Jerry's there?
I wouldn't. I feel like 2 steps in that wasteland would give me herpes. It looks horrific. Are these real? They almost look AI generated. It looks like a fucking video game.
Are they rebuilding part of it? I don't know. Yeah. The Taj Mahal looks really cool. And I've seen the pictures where it's clean and nice. Like, maybe that's just from the front though. But
I mean, we've looked at it from 4 angles and it's a wasteland, Taylor. I don't know where the road in is at this point.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no wonder.
Is that all water, I wonder? Like, was that water so dirty you couldn't tell if it was water or land anymore?
Yeah, it's just like a non-Newtonian fluid now.
But the garbage aside, the shitting is the most interesting thing to me about India, is their fear of the toilet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They don't use toilet paper.
What? Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of countries use like a bidet, or they'll have what looks like a garden.
They're not
hose,
using bidets.
like attachment in there.
Well, they're using their hand.
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't know. I hope that culture's changed since I last worked in IT. But yeah, they just use their hand and wash it afterwards.
Nah, they wouldn't do that. That's abominable.
They wouldn't do that. That's disgusting. Yeah.
Well, you're not telling me the Indian people by and large wipe their dirty asses with their hand, are you?
It's part of their culture and it's beautiful, Kyle.
Jesus Christ! I imagine that they don't even they just like flick it at the wall.
You know what they do? They like find a beautiful. They find a beautiful untouched flower, and they go flick it at it, and they go how'd you escape the garbage tsunami, you bitch? We're shutting down We're shutting down nature.
I remember, Robin Quivers from.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Unlike Westerners, Indians use their hands and water to clean their bottoms. First, they touch the excreta with their fingers, and then they clean those fingers subsequently. At one level, this highlights the particular emphasis that the Indian psyche gives to the removal of impure bodies or substances from the bodies. My mistake. So yeah, they wipe their hands and then wash their hands. I wipe their hindies with their hands and then wash them.
And then
I always thought that I was being bigoted with my hatred for India and the idea of ever going there. And then I remember Robin Quivers from the Howard Stern show, who's a multimillionaire and a world traveler, talked about her trip to India, where I don't think she left the airport area. She went from the airport to the hotel and back to the airport and left. She's like, it's not going to work out, and just left.
Yeah. I mean, I remember Carl Pilkington going to India on an Idiot Abroad, and even he was like, this is disgusting. Like, this is so gross. Everything's gross. Well, that's what you get when you don't have trash cans and you're throwing garbage everywhere, and toilet paper hasn't caught on yet.
Yeah, I was thinking of like the worst parts of American cities, and I guess there are some real fucking wastelands to be had, but they're kind of isolated areas. India's a really big place. It seems like they're chill with those tigers, though. There's some weird statistic about how many Indians are killed every year to tiger attack. And it's such a huge number that you have to double check your math. And then you're like, yeah, 150 a year to tigers. Okay.
I think it's more tigers or elephants. What do you think has more kills in India?
100% tigers.
I know they have. You've told me about their tiger problems.
Like, I don't remember the numbers, but it was like hundreds of people who'd been killed by tigers in a year or two.
That's too many. There should be a solution to that.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't really have any predators here. Every now and then, some dummy in LA goes and gets bitten by a lion.
Between 2014 and 22, 500 people lost their lives to tiger attacks. On the other hand, more than 4,000 people have lost to elephants.
Holy shit!
Don't fuck with me on Indian trivia. I was raised by this culture. Immense.
How can that be true? Why are
I was born in the fields of the Ganges. You merely adopted it. Hepatitis rolls off me like water off a duck.
Do you feel less bad now or less angry now about all the phone scams and like the old people phone scams they do when you know that they go home to like a garbage pile like Oscar the Grouch?
No, they can both not scam old people and throw their garbage in the trash can. They can do both.
No, they can't do either.
Man, wouldn't it, like, can you imagine still living in a country where like you're regularly losing to nature? Where it's like, oh, there was a wild elephant attack. What'd you guys do? We ran from the elephants. What else can you do? And it's like,
gotta round them all up. God damn!
I hid in
the cities.
I hid in the biggest garbage pile. Waited for the stampede to pass.
Do they just have wild elephants in rural areas and they kill country folk? Is that
and they don't fuck with their elephants or something, like they leave them alone.
Well, I mean, that's nice. I don't want the elephants to get fucked with, but it seems like they're a little aggressive. They're killing 4,000 people.
Dude, I'm just reading elephant stats. This one, it doesn't give a time period, but it's like India reported 2,829 human deaths from elephants, but they lost 528 elephants due to electrocution and train accidents.
What the fuck?
That's another thing. When the Indians aren't throwing their garbage away, they're grabbing telephone wires on the top of trains.
They're trying to get ripped up there doing
Vishal, what is your plan today? Oh, I don't know. Go down to the beach, shit and piss in it, throw away my Fanta bottle at the recently dead body, and then I don't know, go get trampled to death by a wild animal. The wild
telephone.
But the fact that you said there's like 500 elephant deaths to electric shock and train accident. I got to see these videos.
Don't you want to go to this country now? Come on.
I mean, shit, I kind of want to see an elephant get hit by a train, if I'm being honest. Like, holy shit. I'm kind of picturing like a mean elephant, and the train's like, choo, and the elephant's like, fuck you, and is like running down the tracks at the train.
Dude, trains are amazing. Like every so often I'll see a train versus something YouTube video. And I was thinking to myself, like, could an elephant derail a train? No, not even close. That elephant will just turn to paste. I've seen a train hit a tractor trailer carrying a giant bulldozer, and the train barely noticed that it ran through a bulldozer. Bulldozers are heavy. They have to be to push dirt around.
Yeah.
And train versus everything, it's never as close as you think it might be.
Yeah, I saw some idiot derailed a train for fun the other day on like TikTok.
Oh
no, what a shit.
There's these things you can put on the tracks that derail trains.
I used to put like pennies and quarters and stuff on the track, and come back and they'd be smashed, like came out of the machine. And next to the track, of course, is all that ballast. That's what the rocks are called around the railroad ties. And I was always afraid I really wanted to put a rock on the rail, but I thought it would derail the whole train, so I wasn't that irresponsible.
It shoots the rock out. It like pinches it enough, and then the rock like shoots out. We at our like town festival every year, they had a fun train. It was a full size on the tracks train, and they would roll it up and down the tracks and let people get on it and like ride it to one end of town and then back again. Actually, oh my god, this is such an old memory. These goofballs were always trying to get some sort of sexy entertainment into our small Christian town. At the time, I'm remembering adults' conversations when I'm in like second or third grade right now. But here was the ploy they came up with to get like a strip club into the town. They were building a sexy train car, and they were going to have it roll back and forth through town and get around like the business laws somehow. Like, because it wasn't, a brick and mortar establishment. It's like a train traveling down the tracks. And then like the train stop wasn't going to be directly affiliated with the stripping and whatever else was going on the train. And they even built like this goofy ass train. Last time I was in Livonia, you could still see it parked there, like going to rot. But somebody put the kibosh on that, I guess. What the fuck?
I wish I watched a YouTube video where this guy built, like, I want to call it a railway car, but it's not like a car like you're thinking of. It was like a piece of plywood with 4 shitty wheels and a Briggs & Stratton engine that made the turn. And he could go exploring Southern California and go places that you couldn't on these like abandoned rails. But the video was entertaining because the guy didn't know what he was doing at all. He didn't know how, like, how I don't know the details of it, but the wheels are like conical, so it's always self-centering.
Yeah.
And it goes around turns. Well, he didn't know about that. So he just tried to like wing it, and the thing kept coming off the rails. He kept having to repair it, but he'd get like, 27 miles into the desert, and now his car is broken. So he's like, well, I brought some tools, and he's putting it back together. Shit's breaking. It was wild. I want to be on that adventure. That'd be cool.
I keep hearing about those older guys who go on those walks in the desert and then die. There was a guy the other day, I think he went to Death Valley or something like that in flip-flops, and then he lost his flip-flops and his feet melted in the sand.
What?
Wow.
Melted?
Melted.
Like
rapidly?
Can you show a few seconds of this video so we don't get copyright
not
claim?
Rapidly, but by the time they got him, he was out there. Melted.
Ooh.
You don't want to get melted.
No, you don't want to get melted. Sounds like an awful way to go.
Check out this guy.
Look at this.
This is the car he made. And he's just here play. Oh, it doesn't play very smoothly. But he's just out there with a cooler, a Briggs & Stratton engine, rolling, going exploring.
Is there no chance he's going to bump into a train?
I think it's an abandoned railroad. So yeah, I'm actually sure of it. And there were parts of it where he had to like lift his contraption and get it to like the next part of intact rail.
Yeah. And like a train doesn't sneak up on you. Like it's you know.
I guess it doesn't. Planes do.
Really?
Yeah, like Cessna level.
You're in the air.
Right as fuck. No, when I'm like at the airport, like you turn around and one lands at you. A plane can get within 30 feet of you before you know if it's landing. Maybe that's stretching it. 70 feet.
Man, you know what I liked about that picture of the guy in the wilderness there? Trashless.
No garbage
nice.
out there, huh?
No garbage. I guarantee that guy's putting his Diet Pepsis back in the cooler. He's not, after he's finished them, he's not throwing it by the wayside, ruining the next guy's experience.
Back in the 70s, people just threw trash out of their cars. Like, you'd be driving behind someone. Now people flick cigarettes out of their cars. And even that, you might turn your nose up a little. Mm-hmm. But back in the day, that the same thing was with, like, bags of McDonald's food and stuff. Like, you might turn your nose up a little. Some people do it. Some people don't.
I'm glad we don't do that anymore. I really dislike that.
What? Throwing trash out?
Just, yeah, littering. It's the most it's the easiest thing to not do.
I just explained why it's a wonderful thing and you're contributing to those guys.
If it's like apple cores and banana peels, yeah.
No, plastic
bottles.
Taylor, you could make a rapist happy. Would you make Kyle's dream come true?
I mean, a convicted rapist, Woody. Yes. Okay, just a convicted rapist. Okay, mm-hmm. Or whoever they let. I don't think they let the rapists out on the chain gangs and stuff. For those who don't know, maybe you're international. We literally take prisoners from the prison, chain them up, and then put them on the side of the road and have them like cut grass and pick garbage up in heavy wool uniforms that are pink and white striped. They look like the Pink Panther out there sweating in the July heat. I've seen it. It's kind of hilarious.
Well, who else is going to pick up that garbage?
Well, I mean, you'd pay a crew to do it rather than using like slave labor.
Yeah, we already have the slave labor though.
Alabama's where they have the pink uniforms. That's extra humiliating. Georgia, I think, it just has like a jumpsuit.
That is embarrassing. They should make it extra embarrassing. They should dress them like those dudes in the opening ceremonies. Make them pick up trash in the drag.
Nobody wants to work, huh?
Well. As he's walking with his baton, there's a bunch of guys that I can't pick up enough trash in my high heels, Mr. Warden.
The warden's got the blue shit on, though. He's like, y'all left out. Come on, guys. We all agreed on this. We was going to dress up.
You have made me appear a fool today.
Yeah, I have weird feelings about that, about what's essentially slave labor when they use the prisoners to do any of that. Anything, any work, when they're only paying them 9 cents an hour. I think that's what we got paid. I think it was 9 cents an hour.
You didn't work.
Yeah, but if I had worked, they'd have had to pay me 9 cents an hour.
You could have come on with dozens of cents, Kyle. I don't know why you didn't take advantage of that.
Why would I have worked? It was 9 cents an hour. I was going to go read Harry Potter.
You could work a few days and earn a candy bar commissary. Yeah. You're not thinking in long game.
If you had the choice to work, it doesn't seem like slavery. Slaves couldn't be like, I'm not feeling it today, boss.
He rounded us up and was like, who don't have a job? And I was like, fuck. I mean, a lot of us, I guess. He's like, well, we're going to get you one, ain't we? The only reason I wasn't forced to work is because I kept not getting my medical clearance. So I wasn't medically cleared to work.
Just forgetful.
No. Yeah, I kept forgetting to go. Yeah.
All right. I had so much to do today. I forgot about medical. Maybe tomorrow.
I don't even want to be here, much less sweep up. While I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I just want to lay here and get this over with. But everybody, if you're going to be there for 10 years,
Harry Potter, you don't understand. The plants are screaming. I got things to do.
Guys, I got to read Harry Potter and not shit for the next 6 weeks.
Yeah, pretty much. But I probably mentioned it before, but in the TV room, you could see.
I found out today we got a real internet celebrity here with us. Now you too good to shit in our bathroom, Mr. Myers. Prisoner Myers thinks that he's too good to shit in our bathroom. He thinks he's better than all y'all. What do you say to that, Mr. Internet Man?
Thankfully, everybody was chill about that. That one guard was like, "What are you doing in here?" Aren't you Kyle? We can't have these conversations anymore, Warden. Whatever he was. Yeah, that was a fun time, Taylor. You could look out the TV room window and you could see the cars driving down the highway and just like, wonder where they're going.
Probably
somewhere better than this.
Yeah, better than
Caleb. What are you guys doing?
Welcome.
We're talking about America's failure in the Olympics and also the filth of India.
Talking about how disgusting India is and how they only have 3 bronze medals in the entire Olympics. And that's like 1 billion people per bronze. That's so bad. That's
per capita?
Yeah, per capita. That's their per capita win rate. Yeah.
This is a billion instead of 1,000.
Have you followed any Olympics stuff at all?
I don't give a fuck about the Olympics. I don't know why. This year. I didn't even know. I actually thought about the Olympics for some reason on the 26th of July. And I was like, when are the Olympics? And then I believe they started on the 26th. It was just like this weird sort of unexpected kind of, I haven't followed it at all. I saw this morning that the Algerian lady beating the shit out of that other girl, and everyone on Twitter said it was a trans person, but it wasn't. I saw that this morning.
Yeah, I saw that where everyone was like, this is a dude beating her up. And then it's like, I think she has some kind of genetic issue, right? I don't know what it's called.
Unusually high testosterone.
But it's like some sort of androgen issue of absorption or I don't know. But she's a woman. Like,
right.
Yeah.
There's a little guy in her.
There's a little man.
That other chick was like, she hit me harder than I've ever been hit in my life.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a nice crazy compliment then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did watch, and, call me crazy, but an Italian woman overreacting. Have we ever seen that anywhere? Like that tends to happen sometimes. And I watched the clip of them fighting, and it's like the Italian lady took a couple hits that looked frankly, very strong, but like she quit before it really got moving. Like it was only 45 seconds or some shit of the fight.
She said she'd never been hit that hard before in her life, Taylor.
But she wasn't even bleeding.
She was bleeding.
Oh, she was?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I did do enough research. But yeah, that's silly. You can easily be like, yeah, men shouldn't compete against women. But when it's like an actual fucking woman who has a hormonal thing, it's like, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah.
Is there like an easily if she would have taken a pill to get rid of this, unfair advantage, like a week leading up, would that have helped? No, because that's not how the shit works. I wouldn't imagine.
I like it when they have like an exemption. Like I'm thinking of Messi, the soccer player. This guy's the best soccer player to have ever lived on this planet thus far. And he's really short, and his body doesn't produce human growth hormone. So he got a pass to inject human growth hormone. And he just happens to be the best soccer player who's ever lived.
Yeah.
Coincidental.
Good for him.
Huh.
It's not because he's on performance-enhancing drugs.
Do you know what his dose is?
I don't.
He doesn't have big head or like big hands or like the bubble gut.
Swollen organ. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have that.
One enormous foot for kicking.
One big foot. Yeah, I don't think so. But good for him Did you guys know anybody like that growing up that had to get on like kickstart hormones because their puberty didn't start?
My dad does. My dad did.
That happened to him, or he knew someone?
Yeah, it happened to him.
What happened?
Really? He had some kind of birth. I don't remember exactly. My grandmother told me a long time ago. But he had to take growth hormone pills, and like apparently some of the kids who had to take them, like just were riddled with cancer and died before the age of 10. So he got really lucky to not be riddled with tumors. And he's short. He's like 5'5", but he's like shredded and probably the healthiest person I've ever met. So like he's doing good now, but yeah, him.
Okay.
Is he still on some sort of like program?
No, I believe once he was in high school, his body started to kick in. But once again, I'm just sort of talking out of my ass based on what my grandmother told me when I was a child. So
yeah,
okay.
I knew someone like that I guess it was up to high school. And I guess there was also that like tumor or some health concern for him too, because it was very clear that puberty was not going to hit him at like a normal, because he was like 16 years old and he was still like 5 foot, like 4'11". Like he was a tiny little guy, and he had to go through like months and months, maybe like a year plus of testing and stuff, because they were so worried about like, all right, if we put this on you, it's going to start, it's going to kickstart your puberty, but this hormone can also cause this and that and this and that and this. And so he eventually got approved to be on it. Doesn't have any tumors or anything like that, thank goodness. But he like shot up abnormally fast. Only ever got to be like 5'7". But I've like thought before, it's like if we were in the 1800s and that wasn't a possibility, like you just would have had to live your life in like as a 4'11" manlet who always looked like what disease does Andy Milonakis have? He's not short, but he
baby disorder.
Baby disease. Yeah,
that's what's
got baby disease. And because he's like 40, 50 years old, but he still has really? You don't? Yeah, he's like super
Is he
old.
actually?
Yeah. He did the Andy Milonakis show in the early 2000s on MTV, and it was very funny. I remember liking it. And I thought at the time, I'm like, oh, this guy's probably like my age, like a 15-year-old. And no, he was like
28.
Yeah, 28, but he had whatever that disease is.
He's 48. What the fuck? He
Baby Huey syndrome.
Baby Huey. Yeah, the Andy Milonakis I know is the Ice Poseidon Bus Andy Milonakis. Andy Milonakis. Or whatever his name is. I think I may have had a small stroke.
It's been all downhill for him since the doc got his hands on him.
Yeah, he had a growth hormone deficiency, and he's causing him to always have the voice and appearance of an adolescent.
Zach,
That's
will you show that?
Really hard.
Will you show Dr. Disrespect's Twitter post? Because it's like he spent like 6 weeks or whatever, figuring out what the move was when he came back, like what the teaser trailer was going to look like or whatever. And he went with something that's just real easy to pick apart and make fun of. And I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe that was his idea. He's like, this will drive engagement. Watch this.
This is the picture, the tweet.
Yeah, can you show the tweet, Zach? Because it's like him playing
him in the chessboard.
Also, instant right-wing grift too. Isn't that awesome?
Is that what he's doing now?
Yeah, I mean he's gonna be going hard in the Nick Merckx anti-trans footsteps. That's my assumption.
It's my understanding he likes trans. He's kind of gripping it.
Why would he be anti-trans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Is that he also ripped off a trans cam girl, and
she thought she was going to get promotion if she gave him masturbation fodder. So she came through and he didn't.
Masturbation fodder.
Well, maybe he secretly likes him, but one of his first responses to his big tweet was calling out depression rates for LGBTQ people. So I figured that might mean he doesn't like them.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I only saw the chess and checkers thing, and I saw people being like, playing checkers, you didn't even check her ID. Like
Zach said he'd be right back. That's why the picture's taken so long.
Well, it's also him like playing an adult game while his opponent is a child and playing a child's game.
You can barely see over the table.
Yes.
It's a children's
barely
game.
seeing over the table. That's weird too. It's a
weird image.
So he's going to pivot this and try and be like a political person now?
Well, I think the quartering people like him were sort of defending him vehemently when it all first came out. Like Sneeko was defending him pretty heavy.
Okay, so you think he's just because I've never watched Dr. Disrespect's content, or at least not since he was making those machinima videos like 13 years ago. But
yeah,
he was an apolitical channel, wasn't he? Like all gaming.
He until recently, I think the Nick Merckx thing, he kind of doubled down on. He's been post Twitch. He's been kind of like behind the scenes, sort of overtly apolitical, but difficult to pin down in the times that he is political. Like he talks about Shungite and conspiracies and kind of like, he believes that there's like a cabal and stuff. At least that's the vibe that I got. I don't really know.
He's been kind of trending right. He just doesn't
literally
talk about politics. He just talks about I love all the things that right-wing people do.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't go like
nothing wrong with that.
I don't know if this rebranding is going to work.
I don't think it's rebranding necessarily. I think he's going to come back and do some gaming streams. He's clearly going to come back and play fucking Elden Ring or something like that. and I think it's going to be a gargantuan stream. It is going to be fucking huge. But where will he stream? Is he on like Kick or
so YouTube
Rocker,
demonetized him? I don't know if he's still demonetized.
Didn't Kick ban him or something?
Oh,
like
Kick
preemptively?
banned him preemptively. Yes, I don't know if he's still banned.
He's gonna have to go to D Live.
Wait,
D-Live? Is that where the pedo stream?
Oh,
it's shut down.
Yeah.
It was Microsoft's live streaming platform for a little while.
It looks like he streamed like 1 week ago on his YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'd have heard about
It
that.
says live in 30 minutes. The Elden Ring adventure continues. Maybe he never ended up going live.
He didn't go on the
He got
adventure.
scared. Got cold feet. Yeah.
Oh, my mistake. This is June 24th, not July. No, he hasn't streamed. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got some Shungite. I bought some Shungite because of him back
What
in
is it?
2020.
What is that?
It's an old rock. It's an old rock.
Oh, all
I like
rocks
it.
are old.
True. It's a people claim that it absorbs Wi-Fi signals and stuff. I just think it looks cool, and I thought it was funny because it's
Does
fun
your
to
Wi-Fi still work?
say. My Wi-Fi does work.
You've been
Doesn't work
had.
that well.
Yeah, it doesn't work
You know,
well because you want
It absorbs
rock
just
your-
enough. It only absorbs the bad Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
It's like a dream
Wi-Fi
catcher.
that-
It takes all those dangerous 5G ions, puts it up in there for you, or whatever. Yeah, I do like
Batteries.
cool rocks. I remember, I don't remember if this is on the show or privately, Kyle, that we were talking about buying like a big piece of tungsten.
Yeah. We talked about that here. Yeah. It's it might be tungsten. There's that website where you can buy increasingly larger blocks of it. And they're rather expensive. Several hundred, several
Unbelievably
$1,000
expensive. Yeah.
for the
Heavy.
biggest chunks of it.
Oh
But
yeah.
I've seen people when they encounter one be like, "What is this? It's so small but so heavy."
Yeah.
It's like
I saw that meme. Like it was there's a clip on Twitter, and I guess someone in the Barstool Sports office spent like $5,000 on like a 3-inch by 3-inch tungsten cube, and they were just having
Based.
people come over and be like, "Lift up the cube," and everyone would come over there and be like, "This is kind of neat," and then they'd lift it, and you'd see almost a spiritual light in their eyes turn on, where they're like, "Oh, I'm connecting with something real, with something powerful."
it's like
And even
double
like there was
density
one guy
lead,
who was
right?
like pretty big and he couldn't lift it up with one hand like that. But also it's like slippery, of course. But like one thing like that big, a cube, was like 51 pounds.
If
An
you were
absurdly dense thing.
if you were a billionaire, would that be one of the things that you had created for you? Because even though it's wasteful, is like a weight set, like a bunch of tungsten weight plates, so they'd all just be super tiny.
Yeah,
would.
but I'd look like a dumb bitch when I'm like working out now because it's just the tiniest little disc you've ever seen on
You
there.
drop one of those tungsten wafers and cut your foot in half.
Yeah, cut my foot in half, destroy my house foundation. Like it
It's
wouldn't
like
be
Captain
worth
America's shield.
Yeah, but those are cool. So if anyone wants to send me a $5,000 tungsten cube,
How big is a $5,000 tungsten
it's like
cube?
2.5 or 3-inch by 3-inch on every
Really?
side. And it's like 50 pounds. And so
You know
it's
what I like
wild.
more than you're supposed to like them? Magnets. I am a magnet moron. I don't get it. I need like a physicist with patience to explain how magnets work. I Google it and it's like, why do magnets attract? And they say, well, the opposites attract while the similar poles repel. And I'm like, no. I know that they do. Why do they? Well, the magnetic fields have that effect. I still don't know why. I need somebody with
magic.
patience to try to like decode this
How about
magic.
that? It's magic.
It may
that
as
would
well be.
explain it.
It may
I
as
don't
well be
get it.
magic.
Do they wear out?
Yeah.
There's stored energy in a magnet. If I just have them
Forever.
attract and like hold some, like if I were to use a potted plant, like a big strong magnet, hold a potted plant to the ceiling, like does this make sense? A hanging one, like by a porch, would it just work forever? Would that magnet tire out? I don't know.
Yeah.
How
Is
magnets
something
work.
being, are there
Some
ions being
wear out, some
exchanged and
don't.
used in the process of magnetism, or is it just a forever source? Because if
wear out,
they
some
last
don't.
forever, there's got to be a way to.
Yeah, why
Make
is
it
it a
made magnets?
perpetual
Have you
motion
ever done
machine of some sort? Like what?
Have you ever made an electromagnet with wire and battery?
Yes. But that's
think in
not
school,
the cool kind. That's not the store
Neodymium.
that just keeps working.
Yeah, neodymium are those
Rare
really
earth magnets.
Zach,
I used to have one.
Cube.
That, you know what? just looking at you, Caleb, I bet you had some neodymium magnets. That seems like
I had two. And they fucking hit each other and blew up and sent shrapnel all over my room.
And if your finger's in there, like it's
yeah,
literally an amputation. Like it's not like closing a car door where you just get hurt, but you're okay because actually the door flexed a little bit or something. Like no, boom, it's just
neodymium.
I saw a guy unboxing one on YouTube because I guess I also have gone on the magnet train in YouTube, and he had those neodymium ones that you can get on Amazon, or similar to that because they're like a disc. And the ones on Amazon are real little, teeny tiny little magnets. These were like the size of your fist, maybe a little bigger. And so he was like one of them came in a big crate because I guess it needed a huge amount of packing around it to keep it from interfering. And even as he was taking it out, I guess it's both heavy and like he had a helper like checking around to be like, all right, one more sweep, nothing metal, nothing around. Because if there's a fork on an end table 20 yards that way, one of us might lose our life right now for this.
I love this.
Is it?
And it's cool.
I don't know about pulling a fork from 20 feet away, but if you would have put two of them together and these are the size of like hockey pucks, you almost can't remove them. Like they're just together for the rest of your life now.
Yeah. I saw that where he's like, we're going to combine 10 neodymium magnets, but we can't just put them together like this because the force will cause them to shatter and impale us with the shrapnel. And so he had to build a slide and like use a box as a stopgap to like slowly line them up. And he was saying the whole time, he's like, you only get one shot here because however they initially touch, if they're off in the cylinder, like that's what it is now. You will never move it. You cannot move it without shattering the whole contraption. So it's a wild way to kill yourself accidentally.
Magnets are so much cooler than people. Like, dude, there's magnets on Earth and people aren't talking about them enough.
They're cool, and we still don't know how they work.
No, nobody does.
Ammo somehow, right?
Ammo? Like if you're shooting,
I want to shoot those bullets at things. I want to shoot those super magnets at a metal thing,
like a Mac gun from the Halo universe.
Yes. Did you use your magnets for anything cool, or did you just day one shattered?
I had them for a while. I did have them for a while. I think I like put my finger in between them and like kind of held it and saw how much power they had, because they were probably like this big around, maybe a $50 sized, and they were little cylinders. So they were very strong, and I had to I could let them touch like that and then break them apart. But I had to have the leverage right. And I think I fucking broke something with them as well. And I definitely scratched a lot of stuff because I also ruined one of my little like small gaming consoles, like a DS. I ruined one of those with it.
It sucks.
Oh, just by being near it?
By letting it smash into it.
I was hoping the magnetic field just like remotely destroyed it. That'd be cool.
No, I was just an idiot.
It's not a floppy drive. Okay.
Yeah.
How do magnets destroy electronics? Like, what are they doing that wrecks it?
So there some electronics like the old mechanical hard drives and the floppy drives, like the ones that have the little sliding metal thing. I mean, they were discs that stored things magnetically somehow.
DVDs,
I don't know the details. Really? DVDs store things magnetically?
What I'm thinking of is that scene from Fight Club where they're destroying all the DVDs in the Blockbuster. Maybe those are VHSs though.
Maybe VHS it would probably work. Yeah, DVDs I don't think are sensitive to magnets. But yeah, so basically you're just ruining the stored memory.
DVDs are optical, right?
Yeah,
sure.
There's a laser like measuring like holes and bumps, I think.
Did you guys ever fall? Well, you guys were all old, I guess, when this happened, but did you ever fall for the spreading? This sounds so stupid. The discs wouldn't work on the old original Xbox sometimes, and there was just no way to fix it. My cousin decided to tell me, if you put peanut butter on your discs, it'll work. And I swear, I did it, and I wiped the peanut butter off, and it worked. And so I was like, I received a validation confirmation.
Yeah.
Right. And so I've told so many people that worked, not knowing that that's like a thing that people would tell idiots to destroy their consoles.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's like a drop bear. or something.
It was
like
an outbreak monkey. Yeah.
Damn. No, I never heard that one. The only way I ever fixed successfully my own Xbox was when they were all red ringing, the 360 in like 2004. And it was like, turn it on, leave it on for a while, and then bring a towel over, wrap it up, keep it on, and then it'll like hard reset itself. And then it will sometimes work. I had to do that a dozen times. And it eventually just didn't work.
I kept sending them back over and over. I would have I had multiple Xboxes, and I would have one away at Microsoft getting fixed all the time, just constantly. Like genuinely, I think it happened to me 8 or 9 times going through this fucking.
I remember that being a real issue for you, like back in the day, where like you couldn't join us for Call of Duty because both of your Xboxes are out of commission.
Yeah, they're both fucking broken and sent off, and I'd be on the phone like, no, that's the other one. That's the other one that's also broken. I should have just bought a better Xbox, the Elite or whatever. I don't think
at the time. I don't think they had any. It was just the regular one.
I had the Elite, and I'm not sure it was any better in that regard.
Yeah, they all red ringed.
That's
red ringed. Yeah,
that's crazy that they even like that didn't kill them as a company. That their console just.
You thought it would kill Microsoft?
I mean, not Microsoft, but Xbox. Like the Xbox division, to have a console that was just so shit.
I'm still pro Xbox. I still root for them. I think I learned, like Taylor brought it up. I looked at the stats. I think PS whatever outsells it like 2 or 3 to 1. It wasn't 5, but it might have been 3. And I was like, damn, that's a clear loss. I know what it is. The 2 to 1. They had 2/3 of the market share is what they had.
Yeah, currently they're getting whooped. I don't know what they did to squander their lead that they once seemingly had, or at least I thought they had. I know when the Blu-ray
to PC, like as a whole, or is that just my circle of friends and people I know? That could be it too.
Yeah, I can't tell. My universe also went to PC, but
yeah, pretty much everyone did. And it's like, oh, this is easier. Let's do this.
I don't see why they don't just make an Xbox PC. Seems like the natural. They already own Windows. You already got the PC market. Why not just double dip and instead of selling consoles, just like tie it into Steam and Game Pass or some shit like that? I don't fucking know.
They really should. That would just be more convenient. And that apparently they're not doing too hot in the console war of 24. So
they should listen to me.
They should listen to Caleb.
They should hire me.
Who briefly possessed 2 neodymium magnets. and a former owner of a DS.
Yeah. Exactly.
Qualified.
Man, I was on a plane recently and like I had a Game Boy SP, which is that little it's like the DS, but it's the original one that flips up.
Did
and
you
it's like,
fly to Florida?
Yeah.
You're not a proper Midwesterner.
I know. I was just trying to keep that on the low, But
17 hours.
I was playing on the DS or on an SP, and it was like it really hit me that like I was an old guy playing an old game. I was playing Pokemon Red, came out 1997 or 98, and I'm playing that, and like I'm looking over at like the graphics that the 6-year-old is playing, fucking. Terraria or one of those games, Stardew Valley, and it's like, oh man, it's just a chasm of difference. Like this is like when I was 13 and I would see someone reading the paper on a plane and be like, what the fuck is this guy's deal? Like he doesn't have a Game Boy Pocket for him to play? No, it was weird. It's weird to be on the other side of that technology.
That is so. That's like me being like, oh, who let the dogs out? This is a trendy little song we got going on here.
Oh yeah, who? Interesting.
We'll never get to the bottom of that mystery.
Dude, the Baja Boys blessed us with Who Let the Dogs Out, and then they disappeared into that good night, never to sing again.
I hope they're wealthy.
Do you have any handhelds, Woody?
Handhelds? What are we talking about?
Console.
Computers? Oh,
yeah,
we have a Switch.
Yeah, I have a Switch too. I don't really use it.
I don't think I would use it. Yeah, I don't have one.
I don't have any. Yeah,
ours is sitting on the entertainment center. It's hooked up to the projector. That's how we play Mario Party Superstars.
They keep
I don't
rolling
like handhelds.
I do too. Did you play any of the old Pokemons ever, Caleb?
I said I don't like them.
Oh, you don't like them? Oh,
no.
Lame.
I used to when I was a child. But I did play a lot of the old Pokemons, but as soon as it started going to like Diamond and Pearl and shit, I was like, I'm gonna check out, go play Minecraft.
Yeah. They got too easy. I've played through most of the Pokemons, and like now they just give you experience share 2 seconds into the game, which means that every battle, no matter what Pokemon wins, everyone in your party gets experience. And so it's like, what's the incentive to like be tactical with my switcheroos and my timings when everyone's going to get XP? All I have to do is just over level my main guy. Didn't like
lame ass egalitarianism seeping into Pokemon. The fuck?
That's the woke mind virus ruining Pokemon.
The woke mind virus.
Did you see that clip of Elon talking about the woke mind virus?
They killed his son. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Everything they could, I assume.
His son died?
He said his son is dead to him because the woke mind virus killed him.
No, he said his son is dead. His son was killed. Now he has I think it's an important distinction.
Okay.
He said the woke mind virus killed his son. Now there's another person, his daughter. And then he went on about a few other things. He said that his son was gay and autistic, and that the woke mind virus took him and did this to him. But then like his daughter, whatever you want to call her, posted like a video where she's like, "Hi, not dead." And like she's like, "That was a lie. This was a lie. Also, this is a lie. I don't remember any of that happening." And yeah, all a lie. And then like it really made Elon look kind of silly, I thought, from the beginning, because I think he was being asked maybe why he bought Twitter, and it was because he had made this vow to take on the woke mind virus for killing his son. And he's not, you've seen him speak. He's not very tongue in cheek. He's just like flat. He's like, the woke mind
literal.
The woke mind virus killed my son.
He's an autistic man. Yeah.
And so I decided to dedicate my life to destroy the woke mind virus for killing my son. And Jordan Peterson was like, that would do it. Yeah.
And he starts crying. Jordan Peterson starts crying. He loves crying, that guy.
You know that you need to you need to coax your son to fight the dragon to become a champion of his own domain.
Dude, every time I see Jordan Peterson nowadays, the dude's crying about something.
He's dressed like the Riddler.
Is he dressing like the Riddler now?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna make fun of
Peterson.
him, but if he's dressing like the Riddler right now, then
Zach, can you find us Jordan Peterson dressed as the Riddler, please? He's got this absurd suit he wears. It's
so many of them.
All I see from him now is being like,
you shouldn't be able to make fun of people online behind your anonymous hateful accounts. Put your real name on there.
And it's like, what kind of fucking loser are you? Like, people can't shitpost under anon accounts anymore because what? Because it hurts your feelings. I thought you were all about, free speech and that.
All right. Well, that's just clearly. I mean, I don't even. Is that Hunter Biden or Jordan Peterson?
They should hang out.
I can't tell. The mask actually works.
Are those question marks really there or poorly photoshopped on? I genuinely don't know.
Yes, you do.
It's all very blurry. I can't tell. Oh, there you go. See, that's the suit.
He does look a lot like Hunter Biden, like an older Hunter Biden. And I don't like his suit.
Maybe a younger Hunter Biden. I don't know.
I don't know. I would assume Hunter Biden's younger.
He's got more hair than Hunter Biden. Look at that suit. All right, that's kind of
okay. He is dressing like the fucking Riddler,
dude.
This is the coolest thing he's done in years.
I think he has clowns on the inside of his yeah, I think that's the Joker. All right. Well, this is clearly like a Joker themed suit.
Now
I don't know that we can make fun of this.
Check out the one that I just posted. That to me, that's Riddler-ish.
Well, I mean, this one's literally like a Joker suit because the Joker's on it. I don't think we can make fun of him for wearing this. He's clearly going to some kind of a Joker.
This one has lobsters on it.
All right, that's kind of sick too, man. I like that.
If they were question marks, it'd be the Riddler, though.
Why is
that's his old lobster meme from the 12 Rules of Life or whatever?
What is that?
I wasn't aware of the lore.
I don't remember the exact line drawn, the comparison between human men and lobsters, but he makes a very compelling argument that lobsters are like an analogy for young men.
He does, yeah.
I believe.
It's one of his big things, or it used to be anyway. I don't know what he's on to these days. I haven't watched him in years, but I do see those
mind virus.
The woke mind virus.
Apparently, in this lobster suit, he's complaining about narcissistic online troll demons.
Narcissistic online troll demon.
Quarantining them so their trolling behavior does not interrupt important adult conversations. Weren't you Mr.
I love his tweets.
Free speech guy, Jordan?
Yeah, but under his own. But under. Well, he doesn't want these anonymous throw a rock at you from behind the bushes kind of situations. He wants everybody to step forward and speak for themselves like he does.
This is the guy who was saying, and if I'm not wrong, like, people can't even say their beliefs and feelings without losing their job. And it's like, yeah, that's still the case, Jordan. So what changed? Did the people who pay you change, perhaps? Like, what's going on? Why would he pivot on that? Isn't that a huge part of free speech, being able to have anonymous accounts?
I don't think so.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
I don't know about that.
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know if we need these anonymous accounts. I think we should all just, be proud of what we're up to. And I'm back.
Nah, lame. You need anonymous accounts. The internet would be boring if everyone has
put your credit card in and be like, I'm
What's
Taylor.
the Constitution say?
This is everyone. I want to.
What does the Constitution say? Do you have to have your social next to your avatar?
I don't
think it applies to Twitter.
Barney the dinosaur before you.
You might be right.
What did the founding fathers say about Twitter? Tell me.
What did the founding fathers say? 14th Amendment. I believe that's probably the most.
Tweet for everyone, but not black people.
Right here, Twitter. No, never mind.
They'd probably have they'd have the foresight to be like, do not for yourself make social media accounts. It is Satanism.
And shall be required to show identification.
Yeah.
Sign up for Twitter.
You cannot make fun of my wooden teeth online.
It wasn't just wooden teeth; it was slave teeth too. And you got to wonder, like, did those slaves? Those weren't teeth that fell out of a slave's mouth. You know what I mean? Because you wouldn't keep the kind of tooth that falls out of a slave's mouth. You would keep the kind of tooth where you was like, boy, let me look at your mouth. Oh, hell yeah, that's my molar right there. Give me that bicuspid. Give me my pliers. Give me my pliers and hold this.
I'm going to a fancy dinner party tonight, and I need all my chiclets in my mouth.
Dude, these teeth are kind of cool.
They stole a black man's teeth and put it in our nation's father's mouth so that he could chew his grits.
Yeah,
he bought them from the puller of teeth.
Kyle, he was probably desecrating a dead body. So take that.
I know that George Washington did not steal his slave teeth. I'm sure he paid the dentist, quote unquote, who pulled them from the definitely unwilling man's mouth.
We need to boycott this.
Boycott dentures.
Yeah. This thing, I didn't realize that people use.
I won't use dollar bills anymore.
I do.
Fair.
Yeah.
Zach's
do you guys have any cash?
Now,
do you guys have any cash in your house?
Like $100.
When I have cash,
I keep a $100 bill, like folded up.
You keep it rolled up?
Rolled up for what reason?
No. It's like folded up so it sticks in my like carry-go wallet easily, like under all this shit.
Yeah.
So it's because 100 will fold up, but I don't want a wad of cash, and I feel like $100 will get you out of most situations. Like if they don't take, it'll get you a tire, whatever you need.
Pro fanny pack or?
I'm pro fanny pack. Depends on the situation. If you're at the grocery store, it's like, what do you need that you couldn't put in your pockets? But if
I was carrying a gun,
if I was carrying
a gun, I'd go with the fanny pack, and if I was hiking, for sure with the fanny pack. But like on day to day, I'm not carrying enough shit to justify a fanny pack.
Yeah. Do you wear it day to day, like out and about?
Yeah, I don't have a wallet. I just have a fanny pack.
Oh, okay. So you're not replacing the wallet.
I love that. What does it look like? Is it black leather?
No, that would be awesome. Just the most homoerotic fanny pack possible.
It's actually Riddler themed, and you were making fun of him.
On the inside.
Riddle me this: am I about to pay for goods and services or rob you?
Before he shows us his fanny pack, what would your fanny pack look like, Taylor?
I'll go grab
your
mine.
Fanny pack guy. Ooh. What do you pick in?
I honestly kind of like the leather idea. Like something like a brown leather, probably not black leather, maybe brown leather.
Are you a cowboy?
Yes.
You want some tassels hanging from it, some rawhide?
Yeah, I'm going to be clinking in there with my spurs that you don't
look
have.
Like one of the.
You can't see this guy. 37 years old, 37 years young with no spurless.
Yeah, to bring up the damn Spurs.
Scoreless.
Woody had promised
my
that he
fanny
was going
pack.
to get me the Spurs, and he forgot all about it.
Ooh, I like it. It's tactical.
Tire camo.
I don't see it.
Yep.
I don't see
Oh
it.
wow.
How many-
I got 6-year-old.
Yeah, see size. It's not huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does it have?
Hangs off the
How's
dick.
it work? Hang off a belt? Does it come with its own
It
belt?
has a little strap.
Nice.
What do you put
Yeah.
in there that like gives you a benefit over just a wallet on a short trip? On a short
I
trip.
have like I have my keys in here. I've got like a lot of credit cards. So
I have a.
I've got all my stack of credit cards.
Ooh.
I do actually have a wallet in here, one of those little Ridge wallets,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got my my everlasting
Gobstopper.
Yep. To remind me of where I come from for my candy company. And I've also got what appears to be 4 different instances of dried, extremely old ginger.
What the fuck?
Yes,
Uh-oh.
for his asshole. Yeah,
Yeah.
just
Digging,
smelling
eating
right.
old ginger. That's
I love
great.
ginger.
So you do
Big
not
ginger
play
guy.
about ginger. You're not
No, I
LARPing as a
love
ginger
ginger.
guy. You
Nope.
munch it.
That's legit. I also have Cortana on my keychain.
What is that?
You don't know
Halo.
what Cortana is?
Is that the Halo?
Yeah,
It's a Halo
little
bitch.
girl in Master Chief's head.
I pretty much
Mhm.
only did the multiplayer.
She
Like, I
saved the
didn't
human
really-
race.
Master
Are
Chief.
you fucking kidding me?
I played 1 and
Dude,
2's campaign, but I was with friends like in
How
a
did you
basement.
stop after 2?
I don't know.
What? You don't know about Halo?
Cliffhanger.
I played multiplayer Halo 3. I was never very good at Halo.
Wow.
Oh,
That's kind of
Wow.
upsetting.
It's kind
I
of
love
upsetting.
Halo. Halo's
Yeah.
one of my favorite things ever.
Master Chief, what are you doing? I'm finishing the fight, sir.
Finishing
It's
the
like so hardcore.
Give
and
me
then
a
the
weapon.
music plays, and you got to wait like a year for the next
Okay.
game.
I have
talked?
played through that. Never mind.
Master Chief? I didn't think he even talked.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he
He
talks
goes,
quite a bit.
I need a weapon.
Is that what he sounds like?
I need a weapon. He's the king of one-liners.
Yeah.
Does the Doom
Yeah,
guy
you're
talk?
Piss this thing off.
I don't think I've ever heard Doom guy talk.
What did
Duke
what was his name?
Nukem.
Randy Savage? I'm thinking of Duke Nukem.
Yeah, Duke Nukem had all the good one-liners.
Yeah. I'm going to rip off your head and shit down your neck. What else did he say? Did he say that?
He
Stuff
sounded like
that.
Macho Man Randy Savage, didn't he?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had the line. He had the line from "They Live." I'm here to chew bubble gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Yeah.
I'm here to chew
Inspiring
bubblegum and
fear.
kick ass.
And they're like, the aliens are like, this fucking weird guy with bad riders is trying to
What's
kill him.
bubblegum?
No, he improvised that. That's Rowdy Roddy Piper's line that he came up with that himself.
Really?
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. Rowdy
Are
Roddy
you pulling
Piper.
our leg? Or is that
No,
Actor.
no, like 100%. Like I watch a lot of documentaries about I don't know, movies.
He's the actor from They Live, which you recommended to me, and I actually watched, and I really liked that movie. It was
Yeah,
good.
John Carpenter. Yeah, it's this. John Carpenter also made The Thing, so it's kind of it feels like they're kind of in the same universe a little bit. I always like his soundtracks too. He does the soundtracks himself for a lot of those movies, a lot of those electro soundtracks, like in not
The Thing.
but The Thing. Yes,
I fucking love John Carpenter. He followed me on Twitter for like 15 minutes.
really?
So did Neil Blomkamp. And then I guess they looked at my profile and they were just like, ooh, I don't
this
want to
guy's
follow this guy.
eating a lot of ginger. Who's
Yeah.
Neil Blomkamp?
director.
He's a director. He did District 9 or whatever that movie is. District.
Oh, okay.
Very good movie. Yeah.
I watched
And
the,
that would have been awesome if you could have collabed with John Carpenter.
Oh, John Carpenter. He's apparently making The Thing 3 or the like a actual natural sequel to the first one with Kurt Russell, who is my other idol. If it's
all
Master
still alive.
Chief, they are. Yeah,
the black guy is-
Keith David.
Dude, you're
Keith David.
reminiscent of Kurt Russell.
Dude, I love Kurt Russell.
Did you guys
I would-
see it?
I
Yeah, a
see
little bit.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very Kurt Russell-y.
Hey, come on now. Come on now.
Vibe Russell.
You're gonna make me bust. You're gonna make me bust all over
Have
my
you ever
breast
seen
here.
Have you seen Kurt Russell's
Yeah.
real son?
I have, yeah. Wyatt Russell.
Yeah, he's like he named his son Wyatt. What a jabroni. His son's also an actor. He looks quite a bit like Kurt Russell. He's a big guy too.
Okay. What's wrong with Wyatt Russell?
His
I
name's
think
Wyatt.
the name from Tombstone is what Kyle objects to. Am I
Oh.
right?
Named
Okay.
his son after a character that he played. Like I don't know. It's a little silly. It's a little silly.
You're
Name
right.
him
That is-
Jack.
I don't like weird names. Like even if you're going to be an entertainer or a fucking music star or whatever, like I feel like you should have a normal name to be on your driver's license or whatever. If you want to see some fucked up videos, go to YouTube and search. There's this, I don't know if it's a documentary, but it's a mini thing about men whose name is James Bond and the hell they go through. Because when a cop stops a black man at night and says, "What's your name?" and you say James Bond, sometimes the cop just starts beating you.
What?
And that's some of the stories these guys have, where the cop will be like, "I'm gonna give you one more fucking chance. Tell me what's your name, boy?" It's like, Bond James, pow, 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 pow. And then it's like they think they're being a smart ass, like
that's crazy.
Name's James Bond.
That'd be funny if like that guy took him to court and then the body cam footage shows and the guy's like, "I don't know why you're harassing me so much. My name is James Bond."
You know what's awful? The black guy did take him to court, and the judge found in favor of the officer because he found that the man telling him his real name was
Officer Goldfinger here.
They found that he was wasting the officer's time and interfering with police business, and gave him 60 days for being named James Bond and getting beaten by the police.
Why do I feel like we didn't get the whole story in this YouTube
I think you're
video?
right. Yeah. Did he pull out a Walter PPK?
I'm telling you, you've got to watch the video. There's a whole video about the thing. The guy isn't like, he's like, then they gave me 60 days. And the interview goes, "Wait, they gave you 60 days? Yeah. That's when I realized that me and them people, we had a lot of ground between us before we could get along." It's like, what a sad realization to come to. Like,
those YouTube people are full of shit, though.
Are they?
People on
You don't
YouTube?
think this man was beaten by police for being named James Bond?
A lot of these YouTubers are fibbers.
Yeah, I don't think that he was
Big liars.
beaten and sentenced to 60 days in prison for being named James Bond.
I mean, I will link you the documentary and you can judge its validity with your keen eyes. But it seemed to me that these guys were getting the shit beaten out of them for being named James Bond and just trying to answer honestly because they thought they were being smart asses.
Kyle the YouTube truster. I bet Chris from Mr. Beast and Dr. Disrespect, it was just a big misunderstanding. Those guys were just having a good time.
They were having a good time.
I don't know anything about all that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Doc's going to make a comeback. I don't think you can hold him down. I think he's going to be the 3-time fucking streamer of the year.
He's not going to release his grip.
He's not going to release his grip. He's hanging on tight. He can't be dissuaded. He can't be persuaded.
Boom.
He's coming back.
What did he say when he came? I forget what his thing was.
I didn't read his dirty messages.
Yeah, no.
He's quoting Doc's dirty messages.
I'm quoting his text messages to the trans woman who helped him ejaculate, and she's like,
fodder, as you put
it. Sending the masturbatory fodder, and he's like, I'm gripping it while she's doing her thing, and then at the end he was like, I forget what he said, like boom or like he finished.
Boom.
He accomplished his message, or his mission. I mean to say.
Man, this is wild shit. Again,
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to make his bounce back. I feel like he's alienated a lot of people with this.
I don't.
Boom! I'm right. I'm right.
Oh, you said boom.
He said boom. Does that change?
He's
I'm
the Emerald
gripping now.
Lagasse.
I'm gripping now, and then some time passes, and he's like, boom.
Oh,
well, that aside, I would say like if it turns out that it's 17, I'm not sure that he doesn't make a full big time comeback and be bigger than ever. It's if this person was 16 or younger that I think that things are going to turn sour. And I think it does. Look, I enjoy you and your hatred for Dr. Disrespect. But like if I were judging a person,
I feel for this man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But if I were judging just a random human being, in a bubble, like Jerry Seinfeld had that 17-year-old girlfriend when he was 38. Taylor Swift.
He made Seinfeld.
Okay. Have you seen the Doc play PUBG? You never watched the Doc play PUBG, did you, boy?
I've never watched him do anything. But if he was
R98 headshots,
if he was as funny as Jerry in the gang, I'd have to judge him differently. But he's not. It's Michael Jackson.
Taylor Swift again had those 17-year-old boyfriends when she was like in her early 20s, like 23 years old. Yeah, this is child's play for the doc.
This is the thing we were asking for back when Zach.
Why did he get to make so many moves before the checker player got any?
That's a good question.
Did he move more than once? I can't.
There's a bishop
He's
there
got
up
a
front.
bishop
There's a
out.
pawn on the left.
Hmm.
He doesn't
There's a
operate by the rules of reality. It seems like
Just me.
what he's saying.
The bishop looked very phallic.
The pawn
does.
on
A shaved
D3
penis.
had to move forward. This guy doesn't. This guy doesn't.
Here's
even know.
what I want you guys to imagine right now, because this, at first glance, you might go, I don't know, man. That's pretty fucking cool. I'm a Doc fan. He set this up somewhere and got a cameraman to come take this, and put his uniform on. This is so silly. And he's not coming back from losing a tournament or losing a 1v1 or being bad at a game. He's coming back from the sex stuff. It's
These
Dude, this is the
comments are
kind
not positive.
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. People are not on his side. This is the kind of
Read us
ballsy
fun
move you make when who would do this unless they had knowledge of that girl everyone's up in arms about? She was 31. It's all a lie. I'm going to come out on top.
I feel like he'll have to do some kind of grift or something like that.
He's replying to comments in there. He said, "Oh, and I got a tan too." Fun. Well, I mean, that's awesome. I'm glad that he's coming back. I enjoy the story. Get some woos in there.
What grift do you think? Like if the politics one, I can't. No, I was asking Caleb because he thinks he's going to have to pivot to a grift. I wouldn't think that a pivot to politics, if his previous content is almost all apolitical, is going to work for audience retention. Like, what else could he pivot to?
Well, I think he could just be the set in right wing based gamer who just doesn't give a fuck. He could just be the Sneeko of the gaming world.
I don't think he needs to be that polarizing. I agree.
You might be right.
I don't think he needs to be very polarizing, but he's also already extremely polarizing.
No, it's going to be about fight the power, and it's going to be about I think if he's too specific about the kinds of people who are targeting him, then he alienates too many people. Just like the man wants to shut the doc down. That's got to be his angle, right?
He's already alienated. He sided with Nick Merckx heavily. He already alienated the LGBTQ community, and heavily befriended Nick Merckx. And then Nick Merckx was like, "I didn't even fucking know the guy. I didn't even know the guy." Be honest,
I saw the video
or whatever the fuck. So it's to me, he's already kind of put himself in that notch before all this stuff came out, and now it's just he's alienated himself from people who think that that's not cool, because he has a wife and stuff. And also, it's an underage person. Oh.
Yeah, it's a lot of sticky issues.
I wondered about the wife thing before. I know that she was pretty forgiving about the normal cheating, but how does she feel about the trans gripping and the pedophile attempted cheating? She let him back because he stepped out of the marriage. Okay, that happens, but typically being an aspiring pedophile is something people don't like. Maybe she's okay with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about the pedophile part, as mean as it is.
Hebephile. If you,
I'm not even trying to say
we don't know the age of the person. I feel like if this person was 17, he'd use that in his favor.
Maybe I would.
I'm guessing.
I sure as fuck would. First of all, 17's way too young. But 17's probably, it's different. It's really good to get that out there and not just be called a pedophile or whatever the fuck else is going. Because I'm sure people are like, "Wow, was she 12? Was she 13?" It'd be great to just nail it down and say she was 17. Because I think a lot of people would just be like,
he was
"What's the big deal?"
83 days away, right? That kind of thing.
Or not even 83 days from what? 17's legal in most places. 16's legal in most places.
Well, he was trying to bang her in California, where it's not legal.
Allegedly, he was trying to meet her. We've met lots of fans in lots of places. Didn't fuck them all. You can only fuck
there
so
are
many.
some yet to fuck.
Sometimes they get away.
Yeah, there's that fast kid at the paintball thing.
He played a game called
Guy
Grease
had
the Fan.
a track background. Huh?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, 99% of our fans at those events are always just dudes and their dads. And then sometimes you can tell, but I think the dad's the real fan. That kid's just here playing paintball. He didn't want a picture at all.
There was a fast kid at paintball. Remember, we needed like a runner. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember.
For some reason, we needed someone to like run to a place and establish a beachhead. And this guy's like, I'm a runner. And it's like,
oh yeah, that kid
you
was
just
a real.
want to be the runner, or are you like really a runner? And I think he was like a collegiate
All
runner.
state 400 meters, 1997.
He wasn't
All
a normal person. This guy could run, and he helped.
Yeah.
A real ringer.
Man.
I'd love to
I hate
paintball again. I haven't paintballed in so many years.
You
Since
guys,
the last time we went.
you guys ever get into some weird little rabbit hole shit on YouTube, like sport wise? You ever get into like the paintball rabbit hole on YouTube, or like fucking what's it called, lacrosse, or grip strength is one that I've gotten into quite a bit. Juji Mufu,
Yeah.
dude, all that shit. So interesting.
We've
Yeah.
had him on the show.
Juji,
Yep.
Yeah.
how long ago?
4
Before
years
his
ago.
partner tried to rob him.
A while ago.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember
It's
that.
4
I
years
love
ago.
that guy.
Yeah,
I love
Juji's
that guy.
dude, good guy, and he's
watch a
got
ton
that
of
nice
cooking.
combination of like unbelievable flexibility and also just jacked out of his mind, just juiced up.
Natty is a microwave, he says.
Yeah,
Wait,
I like
how does that work?
Like it.
because he's not natty at all. Like I like the guys who just come out and they'll be like, I've been having a lot of people saying I'm not natty. No shit. Like, did you see how I had to turn sideways to walk into this room to record the video? You don't achieve that naturally. You achieve that the best pharmaceuticals.
You said cooking though, Kyle. You big into cooking?
Yeah, so much cooking. I've got like a handful of favorite cooking YouTubers when I want recipes and stuff. I do a lot of cooking. I'll go down rabbit holes where I want to perfect like a single dish. Like I was on a French fry rabbit hole at one point, and so I looked up like what are the most award-winning French fries, like Michelin star worthy French fries. And this, what you do is you start with russet potatoes, and you get a corer, an apple corer, and you core out russet potatoes. It's incredibly wasteful. You get like one French fry per potato, and you end up with these cigar-shaped, huge cores of potatoes, and then you boil them for like 10 minutes till they're almost falling apart, dry them off, and then you double fry them in duck fat, and they're incredible.
Cylindrical fries.
Yeah, and they're big like a cigar. On the inside,
Like a
they're like
dick.
fluffy and like moist and delicious and perfect. On the outside, they're so crispy that like if you scritch them with your fingernail, you can hear it. They're like golden
Exactly
brown.
like a dick.
Like
Yes.
perfect. Yes.
It sounds pretty good, but also
That sounds
like,
amazing.
that sounds like a pain in the ass compared to.
I did that last night, minus the coring part, the circle dick shape.
Yeah.
You made fries
Yeah.
last night? They turned out
Dude,
well?
big time cook. I got this thing where it's like a grate and then it has a little plunger and you fucking put stuff in it and you whoosh, and it shoves it through it. And it makes French fries really easily. And I boiled them and then I fried them, double fried them in it was half tallow, half peanut oil.
Ooh, I like that.
It was good. And then I seasoned them with Old Bay.
Oh,
I like
that's
a
cool.
little Old Bay seasoning.
I'm a very picky eater, so I try to make food pretty tasty.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I guess I'm not picky. I don't like. I don't like mayonnaise.
I'm a picky
Okay.
eater. No gasoline, no rubber.
My
Yeah.
my favorite's police shootings though. Like I like police activity.
Oh.
I like car chases, but that doesn't really get me going anymore. You know
He
what I mean?
watches
It's like
so many people die online. Like every 3 hours, he sees another dozen people die.
before the
Wow.
show, right before the show, I had to get 3 or 4 in. I had to get 3 or 4 in. I went over to police activity on YouTube. There's this dude I like the long videos, 17-minute long video that starts with like CCTV footage inside a gas station. And there's just a black guy buying a blunt and he's sort of like haggling over the price. And then as he's like trying to walk out with this blunt, the man behind him in line produces a Draco, which is like a short AK pistol, AK-47 style pistol, like machine gun type thing. Cops swarm the outside and are coming in with AR-15s. And the guy with the blunt is just holding it up like it's a hall pass as he walks through all of it. Just past the Draco wielding man, past the 3 cops with AR-15s that are coming in like a SWAT team, and just to freedom. And then those motherfuckers have a gunfight where the bad guy comes running outside blasting and they shoot him like a Wild West like movie or something, where the bad guy comes out
Jeez.
trying to like shoot his way out of a building. It was exactly that, except the cops were outside with ARs and they just gunned him down.
If you were to cook something, Caleb, and it was like your biggest, most impressive thing, you've got lots of company over, you're trying to show up.
Okay.
What do you make?
How old are these people? Because that massively determines what I'm going to choose. My age or older?
Your age to Woody's age.
Interesting.
A smattering of ages.
I would do. I would probably do. How many people are coming?
12.
Smash burgers easily. I would make burgers. I would find some kind of. I would make like. I just did this the other day. I would make smash burgers, and then I would make like a onion and bacon like jam type thing, and then I would probably reduce some balsamic vinegar, and because that is like the best thing on meat or just beef in general, in my opinion, and probably make some kind of like coleslaw or something to give it a little bit of a crunch on there. And then probably a sauce, and also give people the option to just use ketchup and mustard and relish because people are fucking lame. But yeah, and then French fries. I mean, just like burgers and fries, they're so easy to make large quantities of, and everybody likes them.
I would.
But if it's like old people, I'm gonna make like lobster rolls or some shit like that. If I get a woo. I also make a really good steak sandwich that was actually the recipe for it was created by a buddy of mine who's like he's a fucking awesome chef. It's called the Busted Nut, and it's like Dutch crunch bread. It's New York strip, and you have to sear the shit out of it to get like a really good crust. So you like reverse sear it, and then it's got chimichurri, arugula, and then like a tomato and Parmesan compote stuffed into the bread. Flattened down. It's so insanely delicious. It makes me
sounds
like
fantastic. If I found out you were making things like that and that I was there on Smash Burger Day.
Smash burgers are good. Still,
it would be good. Have you ever done anything uber challenging like Wellington, beef Wellington?
I did. I actually made a beef Wellington, and I put a picture of it up on Twitter, and Gordon Ramsay liked it.
Oh, that's awesome. Did he respond? Did he say anything?
Nick DiGiovanni responded to it, and I can't remember if Gordon Ramsay responded or not, but I'll find a picture of it. Yeah, there it is. Let's see.
Ooh, that looks good.
Dude,
the day before Christmas.
How big a deal are you if Gordon Ramsay's liking your meals?
I think he probably has an intern that just likes stuff because it's part of his engagement is to like trash people's food and stuff. But I like to pretend that it was him.
Oh no, I thought it was him. Usually,
it sure was.
He used to make more of those videos where it'd be someone being like, "Today we're making raviolis full of chicken gizzards," and he'd be like, "Oh, not for me, you're not. Oh, honestly.
You bastard!
You bastard! Despicable,
dirty bastard!"
I've heard lots of situations where a celebrity who actually uses their own Twitter gets into an argument with the not the person they think, because there's just a person running their Twitter. Brent Spiner, the guy who plays Data in Star Trek, there was a fan who was mad because William Shatner had blocked him, and so the fan is appealing to Brent Spiner. He's like, "You know him, right? Could you maybe put a good word in for me?" And he's like, "Don't even worry about it. It's not like Will does his own Twitter." And William Shatner DMs Brent Spiner and like trashes him. Like, "What are you thinking telling people that? Like, how dare you tell people that?" And he's like, so. And Brent's like, "So I called him on the phone and I said, Will, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that it was a big deal." He's like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" The guy running his Twitter was doubling down, pretending like he was William Shatner, and he was affronted.
That's
Kyle,
great.
you should try to make these.
Some fondant potatoes.
Exactly. I fucking love those so much, dude. They're my favorite thing. That's what I make for old people. Old people love those.
I'd eat it. Everything.
I was like, "What are those? That's the bomb." And then he follows with like, "Old people love those."
Yeah, they love them. And then with the reduced balsamic vinegar, people are just like, "How did you learn how to make this?"
Dude, originally when you held that picture up, I'm like, "Those are some ugly scallops."
Oh yeah.
And then you clarified, and it's like, "Oh, okay, it's a tasty potato, not an ugly scallop." Real
Has anybody
quick,
seen,
before we jump back to food, this episode's brought to you by Lock and Load. I believe we are still out of stock over there, but you can still use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off anything at GorillaMind.com. Protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, anything supplemental you need for your workout routine or your general health. Go on over to GorillaMind.com and use code PKA or code JIZ. And also remember to use code PKA10 on our merch site. That is linked below as well. Buy a t-shirt or stickers or a hat or a sweater.
Stickers?
Everybody's been enjoying the quality of it. So it was a good thing I had all those samples shipped to me so I could make sure they washed
Only
and
to you.
maintained well.
Only to you, I've noticed.
we'll have to get some more shipped out. But yeah, high quality stuff. PKA 10. A lot of people still aren't using the coupon code on the merch site. So load up your cart and before you check out, put PKA 10 in to save 10%.
Or don't, either way.
Or don't. Either way,
I mean, we just
appreciate
get more money if you
so
don't
much.
use the code.
Appreciate you so much supporting the show, buying the merch. Really appreciate it, guys. And keep tweeting at me when you buy them.
Yeah,
I appreciate
and join the Patreon down below. We had a wonderful Patreon hangout. Was it just last night? Night before last, right?
Yep, 2 nights ago.
Yeah, we had a full chat. I think that they were there for the fuck show. Do you? Do you think everybody showed up because there was going to be a fuck show? I felt bad. There was no fuck show. Again, we are appealing to whores, just nasty bitches, OnlyFans models, prostitutes, whatever. You can pop into our hangout and let 25 weirdos leer over your nude body, and I feel like it'd be great cross promotion, and it makes Taylor so goddamn awkward that it just, it cheers me up for a whole month. It's like powering up my happy bar. I really love to see Taylor so off put by an act. He's just like, come on guys, Scriblio, let's go. What's the drawing of?
Can we do code names? And it's like someone's having sex, and it's like, this is, I don't like it. Kyle's right. I don't like it.
Are you still embarrassed by your Scriblio defeats?
Oh
no, dude! I was putting in a flu game on Sunday in Scriblio, and I still beat everyone's ass except one person.
That's what losing is.
That's true, but we'd established second place was first place, so. Yeah, I think you got third. Yeah. So like, it can always happen in the Scriblio world. We need my worst day, your best day, and then I'm only a little better.
Mm-hmm. Is that what happened?
Is that what happened? Yeah, I was sniffling. I had a groggy throat. I was sneezing. I couldn't even look at the screen. I was going, achoo. Oh, what are you doing?
Did we have any flip outs in the hangouts? Did Woody get mad at anybody?
I remember when flip outs happened because I hate that so much. And
so
there were
the guy Woody, I won't say flipped out on. The guy Woody screamed at and muted last month. I was playing some video games in the Discord a couple days ago, and he was like, "I'm hoping Woody doesn't recognize me."
That'll work. I don't know.
He's like, "I'm hoping I just blend in," and I'm like, "Oh, trust me, dude. He has no idea. You're good. You're good."
Do you think these names are here for the guest benefit? No. That's so Woody. Remember who me and Kyle
I was like, "Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Just blend right back in. Like he'll never know it's you."
Was he there?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I had no idea.
yeah, you wouldn't.
1,000% got away with it.
Oh yeah,
poor guy.
Woody's like an NPC. You walk into Whiterun and you steal a carrot from him. He's like, "Get back here!" And then 2 days later, you walk back in and he's offering a sale on
hello, stranger. Fine wares.
Yeah, I always enjoy when there's no flip outs when there's no anger. I like a nice happy.
I want Taylor to flip out. You've never done it, as far as I know.
No, I've never flipped out at someone in the call.
I'm telling you, it must be possible. It's just that someone else flips out first. There's Kyle, there's me, and there's Dirty, and a little Scum.
Yeah. That's a pretty good stack ranking. Like you, definitely number one. Kyle number two. Actually, Kyle might not even be number two because all that one person can like say a word wrong, and Dirty and Fish will be like, "Get a load of this fucking loser!" Just scream at him. It's like, guys, can we finish the code names round? You haven't guessed yet.
Yeah, I get mad sometimes when they're just interrupting over and over, or just it could be a lot of different things, I guess.
Well, there's one guy who'll answer every question as if there's only two people in the conversation.
Yeah.
But there's really 25. So that one person has half the airtime, and everyone else is like, "Bro, you got to settle down. Everyone would like to talk."
One person misclicked on the code names board. in the first round and locked a word in that ended up being wrong, but he was contrite immediately and put his head down.
He wasn't. Woody was like, I think the words you're looking for are "I'm sorry."
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. I guess.
And everybody's like listening up to see if he's like, I'm sorry. Like, good.
Because it was like, oh, you know what it was? He was claiming he didn't do anything wrong. He's like, you said to click on the words. And clearly he clicked on the finger instead of the words. That's why it was selected. Yeah. And it was like he was putting it on me, telling me what I accurately said, but what he clearly didn't do. He clicked on the
Woody
finger.
Won't stand for that.
He will not. He's a man.
Well, you know what? I actually do have like this personality flaw where, like, if we can't agree on the basics, then we keep talking until we agree what just happened here. You know, like, hey, you're the one who said to click on the word. You didn't click on the word. Mm-hmm. How are you putting this on me? What you're looking for is, I'm sorry, I didn't follow your instructions. Not, you gave me clear instructions to click on the word, and I didn't. Anyway.
Woody let him know that.
He let him know, and he
wasn't all that
after
bad.
that was a fine one. For me to not remember it means it was a minor.
See, that was
That's
slim.
true. Woody straightens somebody out every hour or so. If I'm being honest, he keeps him in line.
That's not true.
He jerks him up by the digital collar.
It's a good time. Talking about Patreon.
Yeah. We have a hangout that we do every month, and we typically play some games together and chat and talk. And I usually have a good time. And
Woody shouts at children,
but there's no children in their hangouts. If there was a kid in the hangout, we would
shouted them all out.
Boot them out. But yeah, every so often there'll be someone with like an intolerable personality who needs to be improved, and that's what I'm here for.
To be corrected.
Yeah.
How many people do you think have? How many people do you think you guys have totally booted out, blocked out of the Patreon? Like the members only type 10. Stuff's really interesting to me.
Less than 10.
Okay, that's good.
Definitely less than 15. Like no way it's 15. But
fully blocked, probably less than 10.
Yeah,
like,
just
I've never blocked anyone.
I've never blocked anyone on there, but
or maybe one guy, but I wasn't even there.
I've blocked some people. I'm the one who's in there, like, and I don't have the ability to do so now. I gave up all my powers so I would be less trigger happy. But I know the guy who has the powers, and I DM him, and then he can be like, "Are you sure?" And then they can let me cool off maybe if it's a bad idea. But generally speaking, it's not a bad idea. They need to go.
I can remember perma booting one guy, and like the people in the call were like, "Woody, this guy needs to be booted." And they have it in like text and screenshots. This is what he said about your son. This is what he said about your daughter. This is what he said about your wife. This is what he said about Kyle. This is what he said about Taylor. And I'm like, oh, done. You know,
why is he here?
Yeah, right? Like,
so much.
Like, he must want to be booted. So out he goes.
Yeah. And some people are just like, I have a good sense for when somebody you meet online is like a weird mentally ill person. Like right away, I can pick up on some anomalies in the way they respond to messages or the things that they post without any, reason. Like out of the blue, the sort of stuff that they'll post. It's like, this is a mentally ill person. No, that's cool shit, man.
No, that's normal. Right.
All right. Like they come with 2 warnings. You have to click I understand at one point. Like if you're nobody's accidentally watching cop shootings. And those are fucking entertaining. Those are crazy. Like,
do you find mostly the cops are right?
Yeah, mostly the cop. I would say not just mostly, but almost always the cops are legally right. I would say a good bit of the time, I feel like they just shoot too much. Like it's kind of already over, and either you're panic shooting or you're murder shooting now because that person's in the fetal position. That person's in the fetal position, and you've already shot them like 12 times.
Yeah.
So when
I see
you
a lot
say
of murder shooting,
much, you don't mean the first trigger, like they shoot in situations that don't call for it. You mean it's use
a good shoot. They
17 shots. Yeah.
Okay. Mag dump.
And you can, and when you see one done, what I'll call quote unquote the right way, when you see someone shoot a guy once and the guy drops down to the ground and is like, all right, holy fuck, bullets hurt. It's like, holy shit, I wish they were all like that. But instead, what you see is big sprays of gun. Murder, I saw one the other day, and like, I don't think you can even blame the guy for this. Basically, the scenario is 2 cops come in the front door with long guns, I believe. Maybe one of them's got a long gun and the other's got his pistol out. And bad guy comes out of the back room with a rifle and starts shooting them. And one of the cop who gets shot is on the ground, shot and bleeding. You can't even tell how badly. The bad guy's down and unconscious, but the cop is still going bang, bang, bang. And it's
slow like that?
Yeah, he's like making sure he kills this dude who may have just killed him. Like 100%. That's what's going on. But I mean, shit, he's just got shot when he walked in a front door. I don't want that guy getting back up either. You know, if there's any chance at all he's going to get back up and start using that rifle again, like you could definitely understand that.
Did the cop live?
I don't know. So you don't get the end of the stories on police activity. You just get like fire and brimstone, and then the Patreon sponsorship rolls, and it's like over.
Is it so new you can't Google it?
I usually don't Google unless it's a cop doing something really bad, and I'm like, man, I hope they got that cop. Or if it's it was the one I sent in the WhatsApp today, and it was, I think this guy was violating his probation or something, some minor petty shit in the long run. Black guy on a bicycle running from a cop car and like cutting corners through a neighborhood, you know, doing the best he can on his bicycle. Cop tries to swipe him out a couple times, but gently enough that it fails. The kid, his man, drives the bicycle into a small pond and starts swimming away. And then he remembers he can't swim. So he drowns to death right there while the cops watch. The cops like, grab the rope. Come on, dude. Swim toward me. What are you doing? Grab the rope. And then the cop's like, you can't really. The cop's like, well, he's underwater now. It's just like, that's it.
Honestly, like,
That's it.
If it was a regular situation, I'd 1,000% jumped in and pulled the guy out. But this is a guy, like, if you're a cop and it's dangerous. That is a real risk.
On too.
Yeah, and he has the gear on, like you said, and if he drops the gear, well, now he's defenseless. That might not work out.
I thought about this too. I'm not a good swimmer like you, so there's no way in hell I'm jumping in there for anything other than like a little kid. Like if it's an adult who's capable of drowning me, then we're both going to drown. I just know if I tried to save that guy out there, he'd probably like grab me and try to climb me to get to like the surface and kill us both.
That's what I'd do.
I love that shit. I love that. I used to be a lifeguard in the ocean. I don't know if you knew. And I had lots of people try to like pull me down to save themselves. And it was just like, sweet. Like this is a cool one. And the trick is you just go down. You go underwater and you become less attractive. But it's like, we're going to teach a lesson. You're going to learn a little thing about, I don't know, being polite to the people trying to save you.
I'm sure I've asked you this before. Any shark bites?
No, I've never seen. I've seen I don't know my fish that well, but like bluefish or something. They used to swim in these really tight schools, and on the water you could see them flipping around, and people would come out bit by those if we didn't pull our crowd quick enough. But,
jellyfish?
They just itch in New Jersey.
Oh. I thought you were going to say, there's just so much pollution, Kyle. The jellyfish can't live there.
Yeah, pollution like dramatically improved while I lived there. Like when I was 12, there were like bacteria counts and shit. Towns nearby was shut down. My wetsuit had like tar and shit like embedded in it that from like, because the sewers would drain into the ocean. And by the time I was like 20, it was 1,000%.
Did you follow the controversy with is it the Seine? Am I pronouncing
a little
right?
bit? Yeah, I know did the mayor jump in, swim in the river to prove it was clean?
A couple weeks ago. See, there was this whole political bid. I don't know how long ago he made the statement, you know, months, maybe years ago. He was like, yes, it's going to be there. I'll swim in it the week before the Olympics or whatever. He like made that vow. And sure enough, he did. But there's this huge campaign where they even created an app. So because they know when he's got in to swim in the river, the app shows you where you need to shit in the river so that the shit will get there while he's in the river.
And is that what gave him pink eye?
I didn't know he got pink eye. That's fucking hilarious.
Google
but what I'm telling you is there was a very well organized campaign to shit in the river at a specific like time of day and place, like based on wherever you live. The app would tell you, oh, shit here. That'll get to him just as they're getting in the river. And so everybody's shit in the river.
Are you talking about that French river where apparently it wasn't clean enough for people to swim across or something?
And now it turns out that the Olympics are there. That they can't swim in it because it is too filthy to swim in.
Is that how it went down?
I saw people swimming in it.
People or Olympians?
Well, they seem to be in a race.
They were trying to get. They were frantically trying to get out. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if they like decided that it was clean enough again, but as of a couple days ago, they said they weren't going to run that race. And it's crazy to run it through that river anyway. Like, isn't it paved on either side?
Yeah, like it's a urban river.
Yeah, filthy.
And I mean, it's not. Man, we spent a long time earlier talking about how gross India is, but can you imagine the Olympians swimming through the Ganges? You know what? That's actually the way India could get a gold. One guy emerges from the other
inoculation.
Side. It was actually pretty nice today. I thought a competitor was cheating and I felt a hand on my ankle, but it was merely a dead body. Totally unrelated. Yeah.
I'm so upset by the filthiness of that whole country. Taylor sends me like pictures every day, the news stories every day about how filthy.
Up.
So true.
He's obsessed with it.
That would be what if that's the thing I was like really obsessed with? Like
hyperfixation.
My hyperfixation is like being mad at how mean India is to nature. It's like, oh, look at this. You know, maybe these elephants have a point with their stampedes and attacks. We learned before you got here, Caleb, that thousands of people in India are getting killed by tigers and elephants.
But mostly elephants.
Mostly elephants. And I was like, it blew my mind that like a major country like that, people are still losing nature battles. Like, when's the last time we had a loss to nature?
Maybe that's why they're polluting. Right, that's how you win it against nature. You
makes the elephants weaker.
Old tires in the river.
So that's probably
we got guys out in Colorado using BJJ to choke out cougars. It's like a juvenile mountain lion that some guy killed with his bare hands. Pretty crazy.
That's awesome. Woody and I were looking at a story where two guys from a high school wrestling team took on a grizzly bear and like survived by beating it up together.
It was a tie.
Yeah, it's a tie. Yeah,
everyone survived.
Yeah. Well, bears, we don't know. A bear could have limped off and died somewhere.
I like to think that.
Yeah. I mean, bears aren't a bad animal.
What's the biggest animal that you guys could beat in a fight?
We've had this discussion, and Woody is like, Mr. I can beat every animal. And I also err on the side of
pure size,
being a bitch.
Condor. I think that's 14 foot.
He'll peck your eyes out.
I would pluck him out of
He'll pluck him out of your head like a fucking like Kung Fu: The Legend Continues, grabbing a grain of rice out of.
Take that bitch in air-to-air combat.
They got hollow bones though.
Yeah,
they have hollow bones. You get as soon as he came near me, I get a grip on him, and then it'd be over.
By weight,
break that's any not bone I wanted to.
That's not that big of an animal by weight, though.
What are they? 14-foot wingspan? I'm going for size here.
Pretty big.
Are they really that big?
Huge. About that.
Holy
shit! Andy's condor.
Actually, would a condor be good at fighting? I thought
it's like 11 feet.
I thought they were like they're in the vulture family, right? They eat carrion.
12 feet is the biggest I'm finding.
That's California condor eats carrion, and the Andes condor is like pretty big and pretty predatory.
I think I could take on a pretty big dog. Like we were, I was talking to Richard Ryan about this a month or two ago. He knows attack dogs, and like I've been in a bite suit with attack dogs, and we sort of both agreed that you could take a big dog in a 1v1 pretty easily. Like he's gonna chew up your forearm, but you'll kill him. Like you'll be injured and he'll be dead. So I think a big dog is about the end of it.
The biggest animal I think I could beat by weight, I'm thinking a calf, like a young cow.
Oh man,
could
no herbivores,
no veal.
That's how I'm winning on weight.
Yeah, I know. Okay, well then I think a bigger calf.
I feel like you guys could probably all take on like a medium-sized cow or steer, not a bull probably, because they got big. They're a little more aggressive. But I mean, steer wrestling. People kind of do that anyways already. They kind of take them down, and like they don't have good. Like if you could just wrap it and just cinch it tight, I feel like you could. If you can choke it out, you can definitely you can definitely get it. But I've seen a lot of them fight and stuff. The bulls are scary. Cows are not scary at all. They're just dumb and they jump around. But at the same time, like if it's getting really excited and it's like running at you, that's a 450-pound minimum just sack of meat that wants to kill you.
Hang on, does anybody like wrestle they start from a horse, right?
Oh yeah, I've watched my grandpa watches rodeo. I've seen them do this. Yeah,
the bulldogging thing or whatever. It almost seems like he's cheating to
grab
have the horns, the rope, and everything. Like if you were on foot, could you do it?
Well, there's no rope with bulldogging. They ride beside it, and then you just jump off. And I've from a chute, like it will open a chute, and then the cow will come out, and you just grab its head, and like. I don't know how big it was probably, but it wasn't very hard to tip over, but it also was trying to run away from me. So it's like, not that if it was trying to kill me, it'd be way different. Yeah. You know, I'm not sure I could take it, but if you get your arm around its neck, you can definitely choke it out.
Like if a normal cow had the like understanding that like it's in a fight with you and
exactly
kill you, and a normal cow will like
I'd say destroy you.
It's faster than you, and it will trample you to death. Like they're big animals.
They do this thing where they rub your head and like grind you into the dirt and like push you into a corner and break you, and then they step on you.
I'm here in my head working all the angles. Like, what's the biggest animal I could beat on land? Right? Blue whale.
No. You're all about cheats.
What are you out there like
you and your
hitting it like a heavy bag? Like
just
you'll be dry, my great friend.
Battle of attrition.
Actually, no, it would die from like elements before you killed it.
I'm counting that as a win. I will hit it until it dies. You don't know what caused it.
How about we're talking about like omnivores.
Breathe.
I think I could maybe like a smaller black bear.
What? You think
I would win, but I'd be so close.
Like how big? Like how much?
You're thinking of koala bear.
No, not koala. Like how much is a black bear? How much does that weigh?
Like call it 300 pounds for a big one.
Yeah.
Oh, 300-pound bear's fucking my ass up. Never mind.
It would just be. Hang on a minute. Do you think you can fight a bear that weighs what you weigh?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's because that would be a juvenile bear.
But imagine it's just you though, with claws and a mouth with canines.
You know what? When you put it like that, and you know what? He's living in nature and he's fighting every day.
Yeah,
I'm getting off the couch. I'm cranky. Like
you got to take pre-workout.
I don't know. I was trying to be ballsy there with that claim. You're right. A bear would fuck. A black bear.
You went bear.
Like, I was trying to think of the most impressive possible
biggest animal I could actually beat.
Okay, like a small bear, the smallest of bears.
He's getting the 10 count.
He's getting the 10 count.
That bear's clearly
like a bear would fuck me up.
Yeah, even that's a little bear, and look at those teeth.
Yeah.
A dog like a third that size latches onto me, and I'm like, like there's no way I could find a bear.
What about? No, I'd need some lessons, but I feel like people beat crocodiles all the time. Like it's almost like a video game where they're vulnerable to cheesing. You know, you sit on top of them. They don't open their mouths very well. They just close them very well. Like,
how would you kill it though?
Well, I feel like once I'm on top of it and I control its mouth, then I can dealer's choice.
It'd probably be hard to kill it with your bare hands.
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be able to kill a fucking crocodile with my bare hands.
Armored. Like what we done
right out of the water.
No, I'm saying like once you have it, that you got this 7 pound or not 7 pound, 7 foot, 8 foot croc in a 7 pound croc, and you're on top of it, and you're like leaning on the, as you've seen like Steve Irwin do, where he's kind of leaning with both hands like this on top of the snout.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you do from there to kill it? Like it would almost be a stalemate because it's
stab its eyes with your fingers. Try to reach its brain.
Try to reach its little.
Yeah. It's the only thing you can do.
Into something vulnerable.
I feel like genuinely, if there was a totally incapacitated crocodile that had like a 50-minute, say it's like Ark Survival Evolved, this thing is incapacitated, it's fucking laying there.
Sleep spell.
Yeah.
And I could have my way with it. I'm not sure I could kill it.
You like dropping people's elbows.
Just looked like it cut it.
Yeah, right between his
Just
eyes.
wakes up like, oh wow.
God, he's so hard and rough. It was like falling on a rock.
Dude, you're elbow dropping a crocodile. Like you're gonna have a bloody elbow, and it's gonna look back at you like, are we fighting?
If it's really sleepy, like he said, I think the bottom of it's pretty vulnerable. You might be able to really get it.
I don't think.
Yeah, just start punching its heart.
I think it's like vulnerable to other toothed animals.
So angry.
I mean, I know this.
15 minutes to run.
I know that no weapons is implied, but can we not like grab a stick or a rock from nearby?
No weapons.
No, we're in the
hand.
arena. This is. I like to imagine.
Oh, it's the octagon. Yes, me and an alligator.
Roman arena. Like I really hope that comes back. Like I don't know if we need to fall into like a Mad Max scenario, or if maybe it'll be more of a neo gladiatorial arena, like it's American Gladiators, but for blood. But I really hope we get that sometime, because I feel like, man, the bro culture loves this conversation. If we could make it play out on TV, if we could have, imagine like an American Gladiator who had killed 3 bears with his bare hands, and like tonight he's gonna take on the biggest bear yet, and like you're like, no way he lives, dude. Have you sseen the bear? But like that would be good entertainment,
dude. It would imagine a bear that has like 2 or 3 wins already against a guy who's been working his way up to bear.
Yeah,
like he's already beaten a crocodile and a bull, and now it's bear time. I would be very excited.
I would also watch a TV show where you release like, I don't know what the numbers would be, but you release prisoners on an island and you just have them stalked by primitively armed hunters. Like the hunters have spears and bows,
and they're allowed to kill them.
It's to the death. Yeah, they're hunting them to the death. And if they can win, they can like get to the end and like win the show or whatever, and earn the release, or at least like better treatment of
this
some
is a good
kind.
idea. You could have like Drew Carey host it.
What is that island called where they kill everyone who gets nearby?
Sentinel Island.
North Sentinel, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fun to just drop prisoners on that from time to time and check up on them, see if they like make their way into society.
If you drop a decent amount of American prisoners onto North Sentinel Island, like they're gonna win. They're gonna win.
Well, what if you only drop like 3 at a time?
Okay, 3 at a time. They're probably clear, but I mean they're like a Stone Age tribe, and so I guarantee like their adult males are like 5'2".
True.
Yeah. Like they're on a teeny little island. You get some bruiser in there, some big wop, like from the mob. He's gonna go bananas on that island. He's gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm noticing there's a gap.
These guys are small.
How do you guys? You don't need where's the salted meats around here?
You guys gonna need protection? I get paid in bananas.
My cholesterol is getting dangerously low. Where's the food? Yeah, that would be good. I would watch that show about
Prisoner Island would be cool in general. There's a movie called I think No Escape or something where Ray Liotta's in it. A bunch of other people are, but basically there's an island where they send the worst prisoners to just go die, and the island has split off into 2 like warring factions. One is basically like the peace-loving hippie dudes, and the other is the evil cannibal people. It's pretty black and white, but they have these battles.
Is that the one with Stone Cold Steve Austin in it?
No, this is an older one. This is 1994, I think.
Okay. What's the movie called?
No Escape, I think. It's got Ray Liotta in it. And again, like
R.I.P.
It's R.I.P. Ray Liotta.
Oh, he's dead?
Yeah, like a year or 2 ago.
I think he died of cancer or something.
I liked his work.
Yeah.
His pockmarks.
How is Shatner still alive?
92. He's 92, I think.
And he's fat. He looks like a Ninja Turtle, and he's still alive.
He's plump. He's plump. Shatner's plump, and he's
got good genes.
I'm not sure that it's not injections to plump him up because he looks less wrinkled. He's 92.
Good for him.
Stomach filler.
He looks like 60 or something. Like he's all wrinkly, but he's got all that fake hair and all that spray tan and that plumpener or whatever.
When did he go to space?
Oh, he went with
5 years ago.
Yeah, he went with
Bezos.
Yeah,
that's wild. And he didn't like it.
5 years, maybe 2.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't like it. The quote was something or another like staring into that empty void of darkness and loneliness. I truly felt like for the first time in my life.
But when I looked in the opposite direction into space, there was no mystery, no majestic awe to behold. All I saw was death. I saw a cold, dark, black emptiness.
Wow.
That's a guy who's close to the end right now. Right.
So he,
there, being
so
realistic.
after experiencing that, when he is Captain Kirk, he lands, and what does he get? The cameras are waiting so that Jeff Bezos can spray everyone with champagne.
And laugh like
Shatner doesn't drink it all because his wife was killed by a drunk driver or something like that. So he didn't love getting sprayed with champagne.
Dude, and he's in a bad mood because he just saw the eternal abyss of nothingness.
Yeah.
I just pulled up an interview with him from 2 months ago, and he looks astounding for a 93-year-old. I thought it might be a little fake news because I did see one thing.
Link it up.
Yeah,
I'm a big Star Trek nerd, so
like
I'm
48.
always.
If you like do a still like 48 seconds here, Zach, because I did see a picture of him where he looked like, excuse me, kind of pudgy out in public, and I'm like, this guy looks insane for 94. And then there was some Twitter fact check loser who was like, actually, this was from Disneyland, and he was only 81 here. And it's like, all right, well, it's still a great looking 81-year-old. Like that's still old, but
He looks tremendous.
He looks unbelievably good for a 93-year-old man.
I kind of wish they'd do another Star Trek with him. Like I think it's time. Bring him back.
Yeah, bring him back.
If you go to 145 roughly, you can get a little vibe for what he like more than just his head. Yeah.
Oh, cowboy Shatner.
That's actually better than it was in my memory.
He's tanned up.
Oh, he could be the captain. He could get in that captain's chair. Admiral.
How does he look that good at 93?
Yeah,
That
he
doesn't
should
make
be a decaying corpse.
He should have been dead for 9 years. Like that's
20.
That's
I don't
like
know.
yeah. Like how long is the average lifespan?
76.
75, 76?
I had 6 in my head. I'll look it up.
I think it's going
recently
down
went down.
now because we're all so fucking fat.
Is that it?
We
I think
are?
it's because we're not having
That has
babies.
to be it. Like Americans, like what would it be other than fatness?
What is the what is
It
So
is
why can't they just,
76, and I wonder if COVID changed the stats at all.
can they just measure the lifespan of like healthy people instead? Why not just do that?
None of
Both
them
of
are
them?
healthy at the end.
Yeah, I mean if it's healthy people, it'd be higher.
It'd be
'Cause I
infinite,
guess-
right? Like,
That's incentive to become healthy then. Like why not just start specifically measuring only healthy people? Like make it a club. Like that guy Brian Johnson, the crazy life extender guy, he has a genocide list of brands, the products they make, and how the estimated amount of money they make per minute of life that it removes from human beings, which is really compelling and really interesting.
Ooh,
What a
where is
hater.
this? Where can we pull this up?
It's on Twitter. I saw it earlier. I'm not sure if it's still on there. Let me see if I can find it.
Because
So
that's
this
an
is-
interesting list.
like Chevron or something, or
Like
Exxon.
Oh, it's
Coca-Cola.
lots of
Like
products.
Philip Morris or
Kellogg's.
something like that.
Chocolate,
Oh.
cell phones, batteries,
Yeah.
coconut.
How would you even
I don't know
find
how
that
that
was something
You
like
know,
chocolate?
I can't remember what it was. It might have been coconuts, but they were certified that no slave monkeys were used in the cultivation and collection of them.
It's a
remember
damn
seeing
shame.
that on
That's
plastic.
I look
It was
for
either-
I look for the emblem with the monkey in shackles.
for the second.
So
I'm not sure monkeys share.
Monkeys
opinion.
tried dates.
Hey,
might
Caleb,
it's very-
did you find it?
it's very anti-cigarette. It's Philip Morris. The industry is tobacco. $35 billion. That is their total revenue per year. And then minutes of life lost per $1 spent is 20 minutes of life lost per dollar that they've gained. So their
Maybe
revenue of 35. Yeah, let me wink it. There
Is
we
that
go.
all that a cigarette's supposed to take off your life? 20 minutes? Or is that, I guess, prorated?
That is minutes of life lost per dollar spent. So like one cigarette takes about 20 minutes off your life, according to Brian Johnson. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
But
the
the
next
point
one
is,
82, like 0.82 minutes per
yeah,
dollar.
so it's
spent.
20
It goes from-
times.
yeah.
22
30,
times or 21.
Okay.
Um,
How is
Crazy.
Chick-fil-A this high? They're not even that. They're not less healthy than Panda Express or Dairy Queen.
Well, they're all the
How-
same.
how
It
does-
looks
I
like
guess those
it's
are all the
high.
same.
But
Oh,
how
well,
does-
what
how
the
does
fuck? This guy did.
How
It's
does
just
I don't
a
understand how
tobacco's
Chick-fil-A
bad.
contributes to genocide.
I
No, it's
think
not
it's
genocide.
just what it
Human-
does
human
to
life
your
lost.
lifespan per dollar
Oh,
you
get the
spend.
fuck out of here! People got it. How do you know that they're not eating fucking veggie wraps?
They're not eating
Yeah.
veggie wraps.
I think the point is
Everyone goes to
how bad
Chick-fil-A for
tobacco
their
is.
veggie wraps.
I think the
I get
point
the
is how
scrambled
much
eggs.
worse tobacco is.
The scrambled bowl is fucking delicious. It's just scrambled eggs and fucking potatoes.
Chicken.
Chicken. Yeah, it's delicious. You get the grilled chicken, spicy grilled chicken. It's so good.
You know
When
what?
I
I
was-
love a candy bar right now, and it's worth the 0.82 minutes.
Get you one, bud.
For $1.
Get you one, bud.
I
you
went
one.
to In-N-Out in
shoot.
California, and at the time I was doing that revenge-based vegetarianism thing. So I saw they had a grilled cheese sandwich on their menu, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna see what In-N-Out gives you as a grilled cheese sandwich. It is straight up a hamburger with no hamburger. It's the hamburger bun, lettuce, tomato, and cheese, and no burger in there. They didn't even grill the cheese. They just
Woody,
give it
they-
to you.
Oh,
I saw
that
you order the
sucks.
grilled cheese and thought you were homeless. And they're like, hey, dress it up for him.
Poor guy.
the guy, that
Like,
guy
why
was
is
hungry.
why is it not a menu if you don't?
We're trying to
do it?
curate a cool clientele. Get this homo out of here. Give me-
Five Guys does a cheeseburger or a grilled cheese too, and I've seen someone order it, but when they ordered it, I was even like, "What the fuck are you doing?" They're like, "Oh, the grilled cheeses are so good here." I'm like, "The hamburgers are so good here. Like that's what
Yeah.
they fucking do. They only do like 2 things, and like this is it." But it did look like a tremendous grilled cheese. I think they had bread for it, like not a bun.
I mean, I have a difficult time ordering grilled cheese at an establishment because it's the most easy to do at home thing.
Yeah.
And you're paying
You're an
like,
adult.
like minimum, you're paying like $9-10 for a grilled cheese. That's insane.
I was
Zach,
on the
how much-
opposite of this for a long
how
time.
much
When
they
I was
cost?
young, like early in my career, I'm like, whatever, 26, going out to lunch at work. And at the time, I had to read menus from right to left. So I'd be like, $12, $11, $8, $9, $6. That looks good. What's that? Oh, grilled cheese. And that's why I would order them.
I just feel like it's not per capita, per dime. It's not a good deal. Like, cause you don't get any meat.
I see
There's
the
no
logic.
meat in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No
but it is half
nutrition.
the price.
You bring meat from home,
together.
Taylor. You bring a little.
I've
can of
never
meat.
ordered something at a
Pocket meat.
restaurant in my life, back to when I was like 2, when I was ordering it too, that didn't have meat on it. I've ordered meat 100% of the time I've been in a place
Red-blooded.
that serves meat.
You never just had a
Red-blooded.
salad. Never just had a
Well,
salad.
maybe like a salad like with steak on it.
Remember when Jerry was just like, "Can I?" Just
And you know
salad?"
what's funny is like I lied right there to be like maybe a steak salad. No. I get
never had a
I
steak
get a
salad.
Caesar salad before my steak comes out. You've never
Yeah.
had a salad ever, Caleb?
With steak, no. I've had a lot of salad, but not with meat. I don't eat meat in my salad.
Steak makes it better. Steak is such a wonderful thing. Thank the Lord for cattle. Like it's
Oh,
so
dude.
good. It's so tasty.
Actually, I have a fucking freezer right there that is full of a cow that just died on the 1st of July and has been dry aging. And I made 2 ribeyes from it, and they were so fucking good. I had a dance. I danced.
do you
What was
reverse
the cow's
sear 'em?
name?
I reversed it. The cow. The cow was unnamed because we, out of respect.
Putting it in
Didn't
the
name it.
pauper's grave.
Out of respect, you didn't name it.
Yeah. I was like, I don't want to develop a relationship with this thing.
This
Meanwhile, I
is
have 10
Angus,
other cattle.
and that's Angus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't name
It was
things you're gonna
good.
eat.
But it's not out of respect.
Insanely good.
Like that would kind of imply that no one respects their kids. And
Have you ever
It's out of
slaughtered
respect for everyone's feelings.
like you? I think last time you were on, you said you have a guy who pieces it and cleans it and everything. Your cows.
Yeah, we got a butcher.
Have you ever done that on your own?
With deer, never with a cow. Yeah.
I feel like a cow would be the next level up in difficulty from deer.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. What's that?
You need some tools, right? You got to saw that thing in half.
Yeah, they're
Split it.
big.
Yeah. Tools. With mostly cattle, they like half them. They have them down the middle, and then you can just kind of like work at it from there. But with deer, if you age it, it's a little bit more difficult because you lose so much. So there's a lot of carving that needs to be done. But with a cow, obviously, there's a ton more meat on its dressed out corpse, so it's like easier to not nick and stuff. But yeah, deer, it's all pretty. I'm not good at it because I'm impatient, but my dad is a master. and he
That's one of
prefers to
the
do deer.
you asked about YouTube rabbit holes earlier. I've
Mhm.
gone down the butchering rabbit holes, particularly the Japanese butchering
Japanese.
tuna and fish.
Oh yeah,
I watched like an hour and a half long video. The subtitles were in Japanese, and it's just like like some guy being like, every once in a while, a subtitle would be in English, or there'd be a commentary in English, and it'd be like, Yasuro is headed down to the Suzuki fish market, and it's just be him down there like, no, mando. And then like picking at the fins, and he's trying to find a good price. Like David, the Asian is renowned for their deal seeking. And so then you would get it, and then you have to put it on a fucking hand truck just to get it back, basically. Like it's even a hand truck, those things you use to carry the heavy shit at Home Depot, like one of those, and get it all the way back. And then they like very roughly chop the fins off, which is not what I imagined a Japanese guy doing. I thought it would be more ginger, but like hack that right off, piecing it up. It's frozen beforehand, and so they're getting all these like 100% perfect like vertical pieces of meat and slices. I loved it. That's such a fun. If anyone out there is looking for a good rabbit hole, watch Japanese guys butchering tuna and different kinds of fish. It's great.
Bite. Just take a bite of it. I want to take a bite of it. The bluefin,
it looks good.
It's and some of them when they're fresh, they cut the tail off or something, and they bleed it. They like let the blood come out, and it changes the quality of the meat or something like that. I forget, but I've been down that rabbit hole.
It's a cool rabbit hole. And then I watched some Southern guy be like, today we're taking apart an entire cow. Well, let's start with the middle bit, or like whatever the top part is. And he did that, and it was really impressive. And when you watch stuff like that of people like physically competent in doing something that you take for granted how difficult it is to actually do by hand, it's just a reminder once again of like, man, I'm a fucking bitch.
Worthless.
I'm
worthless.
Right?
Like every cow I butcher to be like, we got a lot of stew meat. Like that's
we got a lot of burger.
We got a lot of burgers, a lot of stew
80% burger,
some sausages.
I'm always inspired. There's this scene in The Edge with Anthony Hopkins where he and Alec Baldwin have to psych themselves up to fight a goddamn grizzly bear that's trying to kill them, and it's not a little bear; it's gigantic. And he keeps saying he has this book of all these ways to make traps and all these stories of survival, and he keeps hyping him up. He's like, "What one man can do, another can do." So I just have this idea that if we had time and we weren't just dying of like frost and hunger, and we could just read through the instructions on how to do some of these things, I feel like we just do them, right?
You could for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you have like a book there that tells
you, we got a book. He had a book.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess you could figure it out.
Like a pork loin. If you shoot a hog, you can knock its loins out in like 5 minutes with a sharp knife. It's very easy. Like a huge chunk of meat like that long, about as big as a cock.
About yay big.
Penis size.
Penis length.
Like a little dick.
For us, at least for us folks down here in Texas.
Dude, pork tenderloin feels like a cheat code sometimes when I'm looking for meat at the supermarket because it's delicious and it's so much cheaper than any kind of beef. Like bullshit beef cuts per pound are more expensive than pork loin. And some people don't like pork at all. I say their loss, my game.
I don't know. We need factory farms for cows.
They factory farm pigs, though.
That's why they're cheap.
Oh, I thought you were saying they do factory farm cows, and that was expensive.
We need factory farms for cows that knock the prices down, make them more palatable.
We should have more. I think more meat is a good way to fix this country. Raise our collective spirit. Raise our collective cholesterol.
Oh, well, you're in luck. McDonald's just unveiled its most enormous hamburger ever, Taylor. It's over.
What is it? 1 half pound? Wow.
It's 16 ounces, and it's and I don't remember how big it is. I know it's over 1,000 calories. I don't know.
Did you make that up?
No, it's 1,024 calories. That's what I remember. But I don't remember how much it weighs. It was like 13 ounces, maybe 16 ounces. 16's a pound, obviously.
Do you guys remember in Good Burger? I assume everyone's seen Good Burger. Do you remember when they find out that Mondo Burger is getting the big burgers by adding a drop of some secret serum?
It's not the burger.
That's on the article I found too. But I think it's just man, I can't believe you guys haven't seen Good Burger. This is my Terminator 2 moment.
Is this the new burger?
Yeah. Actually, I googled it too. The double Big Mac is the.
Hang on a goddamn minute. What is that? That looks fucking tasty. What's with that bun?
Well, the double Big Mac is the new burger, and that looks like a double Big Mac.
Burger.
What's on the bottom there? What's that? It looks like there's some ravioli or something. What is that?
I thought something
Ravioli.
was special sauce.
Probably like onions, fried onions.
It is finely chopped onions.
That's what it looks like. I love onions. Put onions on everything.
I thought the onions were on the top.
Yeah.
Those
I think
onions.
they're on top. I don't know what that is on the bottom. It looks like
Good point.
those little crispy French's onions, maybe.
That's what it looks like. There's a ghost pepper chicken sandwich at Wendy's that's fucking good that has those on it.
I haven't been to Wendy's forever.
You should go.
I've always
Taylor.
thought you should go tonight. I'm gonna get in my car right after this at 10
chocolate bar.
9:30 p.m. I'm gonna get a chocolate bar. I'm gonna get McDonald's giant burger. I'm gonna get myself a 2 king size Reese's Fast Breaks.
Oh,
Love that.
Oh,
just one. I'm not gonna.
The one I saw is a double Big Mac.
double Big Mac.
It's got 4 patties on it.
Dude, Big Macs are a fool's errand. I've said this many times. They
Tell me.
put
You don't like Big
they
Macs?
put a third fucking bun in the middle of it to convince you. The same way, have you ever seen that meme where it's like a child trying to understand like fluid displacement, and so they put the water in the little container and then they pour it in the taller, thinner container, and the kid's like, obviously this one has more, the taller one. That's what adults do with Big Macs. They're like, it's taller. It's like that's a bun. That's a bun. You're being hoodwinked. You're being fooled.
That's funny.
But does anything else come with the special sauce?
That's why I like it.
Just ask for it, right?
The
It's just
sauce is
mayonnaise
so
and ketchup,
good.
right?
So what would you
Mayonnaise,
get? Like a quarter pounder
ketchup.
with special sauce?
I'd probably get a quarter pounder if I wanted a burger because that seems to be their best one. But I just don't like McDonald's that much.
Same.
It doesn't do it for me.
Overrated.
Culver's. If I'm going fast food, I'm probably gonna. I don't think Culver's is everywhere. It might be a Midwest thing, but it's
It
like I'd buy butter burgers. Yeah, they're butter burgers, and they're like it's like a regular burger, but worse for you. And they're so good. It's like every bite is the spirit of Wisconsin and diabetes.
Nice.
I love that. Man, I wish there was a truly good fast food place I still craved as an adult. Most of the time now, even if I like am somewhere with the idea, even on a road trip of like, oh, let's just get fast food, I end up going to Chipotle or Qdoba or something like that because it's like, well, this is at this point similar price and it's just better. It may not be a health food, but it's better for you to eat a burrito bowl than a double quarter pounder.
Might be. Yeah, I go to Wendy's. I think it's just because it's my like familiarity food if I'm on the road.
They have bad nugs at Wendy's, I've noticed.
Oh,
very.
terrible.
If you say so. I only order
feel
2
like their
things:
fries.
a spicy chicken sandwich and a burger. Usually
The spicy chicken.
sandwich.
You should try the ghost pepper one at some point, Woody.
My sweet summer child. Of course, I've tried the.
Of course he's
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I've tried that. Yeah.
I like
Man.
it. I think it's good.
Caleb, if you had to get fat as hell on one fast food place's food, you have no choice but to eat it all day, every day. You're going to get fat as hell on it. What do you pick? You can't try and mitigate the health. You're going to get fat.
Okay. Health is not an option. Just what could I eat the most of?
Yes, consistently.
I think that it's probably going to be a really weird answer, and that is Burger King.
Oh, the worst
And the
of the
reason,
Who let this guy on the show?
the reason is the chicken fries.
the worst reason to pick Burger King. So much,
I don't even know these. I never go to Burger
They're
King.
so disgusting and so bad that I can just
you just
keep on eating them for some reason.
It's like emulsified chicken paste, Woody, forced
Forced into fry shape.
Extruded into a fry shape. And
If I'm trying to get fat, I get some sort of burger at Dairy Queen, and my drink is a Blizzard.
do you see, Caleb? That's how you would answer that.
Yeah, if it's I just like chicken fries a lot, but if chicken fries aren't an option, which they probably wouldn't be after a while, I'm sure I get sick of them. I would probably just choose McDonald's and just eat Big Macs and fries and shakes. Chocolate shakes are amazing.
I can't remember the last time I had a shake for McDonald's, but I do remember seeing in a tweet years ago where someone's like, anybody else notice that their smoothies don't melt? And like they just left one out, and it's like it just becomes a foamy paste. It doesn't actually melt.
Delicious because it's air. It's mostly air.
Is that why?
It seems like it.
You should have stuck with that. You would have had me.
It seems like air. You ever eaten one? Nope.
No.
I have. Seems like air. I feel like I could breathe it in. I could aspirate it because I can eat the whole fucking thing and it doesn't feel like I've eaten anything.
Yeah, there are places like that. Like that's any chicken nugget I've ever eaten. Is like
True.
The first one, and then you black out and they're all gone, and it's like I'm as hungry as I was before, except I've got all this salt still on my tongue that makes me want to keep eating. Fast food is taking a big hit.
The question was, you have to eat the same fast food every day, and your goal is to get fat. What's your meal?
Oh, you go to Five Guys. If Five Guys is allowed. If it's not, then I probably do the triple Whopper with the onion rings.
Another Burger King answer? That's insane.
Burger King is pretty good, dude. I like those flame broiled Whoppers. I like the taste. It's like smoky, kind of like a real barbecue thing going on. I like it.
Broiled.
They are. They literally are.
Some illegal immigrant stamped that onto the patty in a factory somewhere.
No. There's a griddle back there that they cook their. Look it up.
Have you seen the griddle with your own eyes?
Have you ever tried chicken fry, Kyle?
Like it's their like.
That griddle
motto.
is a deep state conspiracy.
What do you think about chicken fries, Kyle?
This is Kyle's Tower 7.
Chicken fries are okay, but they're not like a go-to item for me ever. I really like their onion rings. I do onion rings whenever a restaurant does them okay. And what I like even more than their onion rings is their fucking dipping sauce. They've got some sort of orange sauce that's tasty. But I would definitely do triple Whopper. And like you could get a milkshake from there too. They're not bad.
Do you know the whole song?
You're an authentic Burger King fan.
Well, it's not that. It's like you said, fast food. So I'm limited. I don't have In-N-Out here. I guess Zaxby's too. A large wings and things, which is like 4 hot wings, 4 chicken fingers, and a huge pile of fries with toast and coleslaw. You could do that with a big sweet tea. I think they even do a frozen sweet tea there, like some sort of dessert sweet tea. Like you could do that.
I went to Zaxby's on a road trip a few months ago, and I'd never been to one because I don't have those in the Midwest. And it was all right. It was better than I thought it would be. I thought it was
they're pretty good.
Kind of suck. No, it was all right.
We don't have Raising Cane's. I think that's more north and west of us.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I have a Raising Cane's not too far from my house. I've been to a few times. They're like a more extreme Chick-fil-A like you go to Chick-fil-A, they're like, how may I be of pleasure to you today, sir? Like some weird intro. The fucking Raising Cane's people, like you pull up and they're like, woo hoo hoo, it's a chicken kind of Monday. What can I possibly get for you?
For real?
Yes, they like sing at you.
You ever go to Moe's? Moe's has a thing too.
I went to Moe's, and then there's just not many of them around here. It's just it's not as good as Chipotle.
They holler at you when you walk. No, they say, welcome to Moe's, and like everybody chimes in, Moe's.
Oh, I don't remember the
They
cheer.
didn't do that for you?
Yeah.
They owe you $5 if they.
Maybe there's just an autistic lady working at my local Raising Cane's, and this isn't normal. But like it's a good burger day. Yeah, they will literally say something like that. They'll be like,
Bojangles says, welcome to Bojangles. It's bow time. How can I serve you?
It's bow time?
It's bow time.
It's time for Bojangles.
Bojangles does this like combo box where they take a jug of sweet tea, like a half gallon of sweet tea, and it slides into a box of food. So it's all one unit that they then put in a plastic bag and hand to you. It's like half a gallon of tea, 4 biscuits, like 8 pieces of chicken and 3 sides or some shit with a gallon of tea like attached.
I was the last time I went to Raising Cane's, they don't just they try to be fun there. And so they have like 4-piece, 5-piece, 6-piece strips and all that, and that's what you obviously want to get when you go there. Because I don't like when they make a sandwich and it's just strips on there and it's all falling apart. And so I just get the regular strips. And I need the 6-piece because I'm a growing boy. And but that's called the Caniac combo. and so I don't want to order and see whatever fucking NPC speech line I unlock if I ask.
Do you leave the coleslaw, go double bread?
No, I just get the regular bread and coleslaw. Their coleslaw is not great, but
exactly, you go double bread.
I'm already eating like every
let-
single thing in that box they give me is beige.
Taylor, this is
all
a
fried.
that money goes to genocide when you spend it on coleslaw. You don't eat. You gotta get the double bread.
I'm like borderline nervous when I go up there, and if I say I want a caniac combo instead of like a 6-piece combo, someone's gonna come out in a propeller hat and sprinkler or sparklers and be like, "Hey, we got a real fat retard." Are you a caniac? No,
It's not that bad. McDonald's isn't as bad as it used to be. What they used to let you supersize for like a quarter more, and they'd give you a half of a pound of French fries. And that was when they used beef tallow, maybe it was the fake beef tallow. That's what they do now. They've got like some sort of weird vegetable concoction that they mix beef tallow agent into.
Oh, then I just had to watch a YouTube video to remember exactly what the Raising Cane's person says. And now I do remember because I was there only a couple weeks ago, and they go like, chicken, what kind of chicken we having today?
That's awful. Aren't you glad you don't have a job where you have to say something like that? Like, was there at the rental car place, did you have to do like vroom, vroom, vroom? It's a good day to ride with Avis.
Dude, they had like the longest script you were supposed to say when they called your branch, and it'd be like, "Thanks for calling Enterprise Rent-A-Car, blah, 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 blah. This is Taylor. How can I assist you today?" And like, the customers just get annoyed if you go on a 15-second like spiel right away. And so I
get furious.
I would always just go like, "Enterprise, this is Taylor." And then that was it. And people seem to like that.
When I was in Boise, Idaho, I saw the Enterprise and I was like, "Oh my God, this must be it." And I take a picture and I text it to Taylor, and he's like, "Not that one."
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's the airport one and the one at the Boise Auto Mall, if that's even a thing.
One of my biggest flaws maybe is if I'm calling a helpline, a service line, or even if I'm just calling, if I just need the assistant on like a credit card issue or something like that, when they have a big spiel that they're going into that it doesn't apply to me, and I'm just waiting on them to finish regurgitating some corporate nonsensical speech, or even the canned responses to my replies can infuriate me. It's never like a well thought. They don't think it; they read it. It's like, "Hey, so I'm having this issue where, I click credit, but it's doing debit, and it's not a debit card. I don't even know why that applies. It's a credit card." "Oh, well, I can definitely help you with that issue that you're having today, sir." It's like, I think you were going to say that no matter what the fuck I said.
Yeah.
And if they go on a long spiel where they're reading like lots of information, I can get really, really upset real quick. And I've shouted at those people before. I've definitely shouted at them before, and that doesn't. They don't work any. I know I got shitty. I didn't get
never the move. What you can do is patience the fuck out of them. Like customer service people are very unlikely to hang up on you. So just stay on the phone. I've stayed on the phone with Rogue Fitness for like almost 2 hours. and because the deal was my package was in picking, right? Which means they're taking it off the shelf and getting it ready to ship for like, I don't know, 12 days. And I'm like, how long does it take to pick it from the shelf? How many weeks does this operation typically go for?
Yeah.
And they're like, "It's in picking." And I'm like, "Well, can you tell me where it is? Like, why don't you go back to the warehouse and take a look and see?" And I just stayed on the phone for, like I said, nearly 2 hours. It shipped like a day or two later.
I like
that. Squeaky wheel.
Yeah. He was the squeaky wheel, and so he got his equipment shipped
many times before, and I let them lie to me. Like, "Oh, it's in picking. It's about to go out." And then 4 days later, I call back. I'm like, "It's still in picking. How can this be?" Frustrating. I'm still mad at Rogue. That was years ago.
Sons of bitches.
Woody has been playing Elden Ring, and I want to know, is it still going well? Because in my estimation, it's been going well, and you've been having a good time.
Yeah. I'm not good. But I'm playing it. I don't know how many bosses I beat. A dozen or something.
Countless.
Like it doesn't. Like I'm not. So I have almost 50 hours in the game after 8 days. So kind of playing full time, and Jackie and I, she sits right here. This is her chair. And like she like, all right, jump on the roof. There should be a ladder to the left. And we managed to take this open world game and put it on rails as I like 100% this thing. And I'm like missing, like they're like, there's one boss called Marguerite or something close to that, who's like a gatekeeper. She's one of the hardest to beat. She's on, you saw me like die to her a few times in the hangout.
Oh yeah.
And then on Tuesday, they're like, how's that going? And I was like, oh, I killed her. And they're like, did you find the shackles that hold her down? I guess that's how people beat it. And I was like, no, I just hit her until she couldn't be hit anymore. And then when she went to hit me, I made sure I was anywhere else.
I beat her to death. I didn't know there was a trick to it.
Yeah,
I didn't know there were shackles that lock her to the ground or anything. So I just beat her like a regular person. And there's a lot I think I'm missing. I don't think my weapon is leveled up for my person anymore. In Elden Ring, when you level up your, like there's strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, etc. And typically you want to specialize in something. But my autistic ass is like, I got 20 strength and 9 faith. I can't have this kind of lack of balance.
Yeah.
I have to focus on my art.
Gotta have 10 faith. Gotta have 10 faith. Gotta be even.
I'm coming up on a point where they let me rebalance it. So I'm watching YouTube videos about like all the different builds. And it's like every video has a different conclusion to it on how you should spec your character. Mm-hmm. So hopefully you can fix it more than one time. But bottom line is I've gone from horrible to below average. So there's clear improvement.
Nice.
And I'm enjoying the game and I'm working my way through it.
Now, whenever you complete Elden Ring, do you think you'll be done with gaming for a little while, or perhaps tempted to another Dark Souls property, or just open to a bit of any kind of gaming? Because I want to drag you both into that game Grounded, where you're basically Honey, I Shrunk the Kidded, and you're working together, like building weapons and trying to like conquer the backyard. Basically, it's not like it's not an on the rails sort of storyline. It's more like an open sandbox, literal sandbox in some cases, where you're just trying to like take over the backyard. You build structures, and I think you can build little simple machines that do things for you. It's a bit like there's some survival aspects, and the game, interestingly enough, has an arachnophobia setting. If you're really just terrified of the spiders, and I was like, who's that scared? How scary could they be? It's kind of like Bug's Life graphics. It reminds me a lot of like playing that movie. Then you see a spider, and they're fucking scary, dude. like you're like, well, let's just avoid that. That was awful. He just killed us, and it was awful. The spiders are huge, like the size of a big car, a van. They're really big. But there's lots of bug life.
Awesome, and it's super tempting. The trouble is, you guys don't tend to game during business hours. I'm kind of a 9 to 5 gamer, and you play at night because the people you play with often like earn a living and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, trust me. There's plenty of folks in the Discord who do not earn a living, and so they, I'm sure we could throw together a 9 to 5 squad. I'd be down for that.
Okay,
I'll play anything. I miss playing cooperative games though.
Anything?
I want to play. All right, here's the type of game I want to play. Because no, not anything. I want to be in an open world, probably, but with some story where there's 3 or 4 of us cooperating together to either take down waves of enemies. I love that, like Dark Tide and like Left 4 Dead and shit like that. Anything like that, I fucking eat up. But also like the idea of doing this Grounded thing. Not only is it sort of survival-esque, but I like the Honey, I Shrunk the Kid nature of it. I like that you're a little tiny person. How
about an RTS developed around the time of your birth?
Nah, man, no. I don't want to play any games like that. I don't want to play RTS. Here's one of my gripes with RTS. It would be fun if I got into it and practiced a lot.
It'd be so fun.
Games like that, I stare and don't blink. Like I forget to blink, and my eyes they ache and ache.
But it doesn't require a great computer. Taylor plays on a version that was ported to a digital pregnancy test.
That's true. Yeah, I play with a 4090, and it's the only video game I play is Age of Empires 2, and I have a 4090 running it. You wouldn't believe the amount of frames I'm getting in this thing. The 49.
When did that game come out? Was it really the 90s?
Well, I mean, it's funnier to say, yeah, but this is a 2019 like remake of it. So
it's the same game. They put better graphics on it. It's a repolished game from 30 years ago.
No, they changed a lot, but it's still easy to play on.
Kyle, have you heard of Anastasia?
I have not. Tell me.
Isn't that a type of Jew?
That's Ashkenazi.
Okay. Those Native Americans from the Southwest?
How do these
Anastasia
know all about Jews?
That's Anastasia.
Anastasia is a game mode for a game called Arma 3 that is huge open world maps. You are a guerrilla faction, and you can play. I think you can play with 20 or 30 people in co-op. And basically, you have the United States of America or any other major NATO faction, like the good guys, coming in to liberate the already occupied map of an occupied force, which would be like Russia or Iran or whatever. And then you are the guerrilla faction that is neutral and can determine which side you want to either side with, or you can
sounds like Squad a little.
It's like Squad, but in a RPG sense. Like you can gather weapons and like you can build out your inventory. You can build bases. You can have a squad of men running with you. Like you can have. I
played Overclock back in the day. Like a lot of those Arma mods actually like, around with a bit.
I love Anastasia. I play it all the time. It's fun. Very, very, very fun. And terrible at the same time.
If I'm playing a shooter, it's got to be Tarkov. I really like fucking Tarkov. I also like that Chinese knockoff Tarkov that I'm hoping comes out. They did a beta trial recently. It's called Arena Infinite something or another. I got the worst branding ever. That game was good. I like extraction shooters. I've kind of been into that for a while. I used to really love Battle Royale. Whenever PUBG came out, that was just the game of games for me, especially squad mode. It was so fun to like four of you and three of your boys would be in one of those sedans, just hauling as much ass as it could carry through a field, and then just slide in sideways up to a house, and three guys would jump outside of the house, and you'd all get into a machine gun fight in the front yard. So much fun. So much fun. I love running people over in that game. It was so satisfying. The thump noise it made when you hit them. Love that shit.
Are you still only playing that one disease avoidance game, Caleb? You were all into last time?
Wait, which was it? What was it?
The one
what you're talking about.
The game you play where you have to avoid disease and your
RimWorld.
Yeah, RimWorld. Is that what you're still?
Yeah. I actually got some heat after talking about RimWorld on the last episode of the pod. People were like, "He did a terrible job of explaining what that game was," and I was like, "What?" I thought I was a huge proponent of RimWorld, but I actually haven't played it much the last few weeks. But I plan on hopping back in this weekend. I think I'm going to jump back in this weekend. Been on a bit of an Anastasia kick lately with my bros.
Fair enough.
So, but yeah, RimWorld.
Yeah, we've all got our favorites, but our favorites can't combine. So I would highly recommend something like Grounded, or I would do Skyrim together. You are now able to do, like, the three of us could play Skyrim, the main storyline, with three separate characters, like scaling together, and I believe the enemies scale. So you could have, and what I want to do so badly, because I'm a fucking loser, I want to do the Lord of the Rings group. So have like an Aragorn, a Gimli, and a
Legolas.
Who do you want to be?
I want to be Stealth Archer.
Because it is my idea, I don't care. So Stealth Archer, what a fucking no. You can't be Stealth Archer. You have.
How can I be a Stealth Archer?
You got to be like Rapid Fire Archer, because Stealth Archer's lame.
I can be both kinds of Archer.
Don't you want to be Gimli with like a big battle axe?
No, I want to be a Stealth Archer.
Do you want to be Gimli with a big battle axe, Woody?
The problem, I would enjoy.
I'll be Gimli with the big battle axe.
Dude, if I was solo, I'd want to be Gimli with the big battle axe. But when I play with a group and someone else is the archer, all I do is watch the archer.
We're gonna have to impose some rules on Taylor's Legolas.
Okay, well then I'll be a mage. I'll be a mage then.
Oh, you be Gandalf.
Yes,
Gandalf. Ooh. someone whose magic just lights a cave. What is the most powerful spell he cast?
Probably that shit he does when he kills the Nazgul or pushes them away or fighting the Balrog.
So the Balrog, I didn't remember any magic in that fight. He just kind of fell and
he hits him like this flash of
hits him with a flash, and then he has to use his magic to kill him from the low.
Balrog. And then at Minas Tirith, when they're retreating from Osgiliath back to the gates, he rides out and sort of fends off like maybe multiple Nazgul with Black Riders with like and at that point you really get to see it. It like his staff kind of becomes like a beam of light almost to blind them.
It feels like his magic is just luminous. Like it is
in the books. It's a little better.
It's a metal halide staff.
No, Gandalf rules, and guess what? You just talked yourself out of the mage position.
How could you represent the?
Guess who's going to be the two-handed axeman going? Oh, miss, miss, oh, miss, because that's what it is in Skyrim when you play as a 200 character. You're just slow as shit.
Imagine a dragon is like spiraling around above us, and you're just standing there with that axe like an asshole, just looking up.
Oh, please! You want to be the bigger asshole? The guy who's like, I got to identify you as a landing beacon for
Guess
my
what?
dragon.
I'm going to max out my. Is it illumination? Which tree that you can paralyze? Alteration. That's what it is.
Yeah, alteration.
Max out my alteration. Paralyze the dragon.
Falls to the ground.
No, I think you can only do it while it's on the ground.
That would be fun though. From what I understand, that mod has been out long enough now that it's pretty well polished, and you can have like a whole clan of guys rolling around like it's World of Warcraft, but it's Skyrim's storyline.
Are you going to play any Age of Mythology with me when that comes out? That's a brand new game. But it's not even a remake. They're just
come on. It's reskinned your game. It's Age of Empires, but reskinned to be like the mythological stuff. Probably
it looks really good.
Not. I don't know. I can't get fired up for that. Like when I imagine myself doing it, I'm like, yeah, that'll be a chore. I don't want to do that.
I need to head out, fellas.
All right.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for coming and joining.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, no problem. I look forward to talking to you guys again soon. Have a good rest of your night.
Cool. Will do. You as well.
Fellas.
See you,
Caleb. So Taylor, I wish you came to the PKA Hangouts. I think you'd enjoy it.
The fights.
Yeah. We all watched. I think it was just this weekend, right, Kyle? We watched the.
Yeah, we
Leon
watched
Edwards lost, and I made 3 bets that night, and I won them all.
Oh, Woody takes advantage of a gambling holic, of a young gamble-holic.
He's upset when I don't gamble with him, and so here's what happened. They're in England. The first one had even odds. I picked the British guy, and I won. The next one had I picked the favored guy, and I gave him 2-to-1 odds, and I won that. And then they wanted me to pick. I whatever it was, they're like, you're gonna pick the favorite guy again? This isn't fair. And I was like, fine, I'll take the other side of the bet. I get 2-to-1 odds, and then I won that. And $20. So
$20.
Split the keeps.
I don't know where I'm taking Jackie with that, but I'll carry her tray.
Yes.
I guarantee they've got as much ketchup as you want. Yeah, you went 3-for-0. That was a rough card to watch. I guess I enjoyed the Patty fight. That was wild. He submitted Bobby Green, I believe.
Yeah.
That was a crazy submission. Choked him unfucking conscious. Dude was out there snoring. Looked kind of bad for a minute. But then, I hate Bilal Muhammad. Honestly, I think just because he's ugly. Like if I had to boil it down to anything, I think he's just he's so ugly.
He has that Gimli build.
Gimli. He looks like his face is just I don't know. It's a really ugly man. So I've just always hated him. And I don't like his interviews. I don't like his style. But he dumped Edwards upside down on his head like a playground pile driver.
Oh, I agree. He dumped him a good 3 times. He really successfully pile drived him, like you said, I think.
It looked bad.
Yeah. He just also
dominated him.
The losing fighter won the last minute or so very convincingly. he was the winner was lucky to get saved by the bell, I think.
I don't know how Usman didn't do the same thing to him. You know, like he dumped him upside down whenever he wanted. I think maybe his striking was more effective than Usman's, and that sort of seesaw back and forth between striking and defending the strike.
Usman's been so injured over his career. Like it seems like he's always had one shoulder that fully didn't work, and he's way older than I realized. You know,
late 30s.
You're probably right. He was late 30s at the time. I bet he's over 40 now, but I'm not sure.
He had a really good showing against is it Makhachev, the guy with the weird looking face, who's never going to fight again. I'm so glad that his career's falling apart. Not Makhachev. It's who's the fucking ugly guy with
the lip, right?
Yeah. I
forget. But you think he'll never fight again?
He has some sort of weird thing. I don't know if it's psychosomatic or if it's Khamzat Zamayev, I think, something like that. Khamzat Chimaev. That's it. When he keeps right as he's training, he like has this mystery syndrome where he ends up in the hospital too ill to fight, and that's happened to him multiple times. He obviously missed the weight at that one fight by 8.5 pounds. He was supposed to be this next big hot thing, and he did do the thing that you gotta love as an MMA fan. He fought in like back-to-back events. He's like, he comes in with a big win. He's like, you know what? I'm ready to go. That guy didn't touch me. Let me go 6 weeks from now. It wasn't even that. Maybe it might have been like 4 weeks later.
I remember it being like 7 or 14 days later.
It was real quick, back to back, and he came back and put on another good showing. I don't know if it doesn't. Zach pointed out him and Khabib and all those guys have been tied to that terror cell in Dagestan. I know that Khabib's gym got raided because there were some terrorists there. They had some kind of a terrorist attack. I don't remember exactly what they did, but they killed some people in a place, like maybe a school even. I don't remember the specifics of the terror attack that happened, but he may be connected with all that too.
He fought 10 days later. He fought on July 16th and July 26th. And then he fought September 19th.
Yeah, you can't overstate how big that is, because the frequency that you normally see a fighter, it's hard to build a fanship up. You need to see them do things more frequently than twice a year tops. Like when you see the guy twice in a month, it's like, okay, yeah, this guy again. He said he's here to kill everybody. Allahu Akbar. Okay, that's our fucking core. Let's go. And you start remembering who they are and remembering their name. Yeah, I hope he never fights again. I can't stand that guy. Those guys are all fucking terrorists. Every time I see an article where Russia's seizing their accounts and raiding their properties because they're literal terrorists, I cheer. I save the article like a little. I'm like the fucking Riddler with a bunch of little fucking articles glued to the wall somewhere.
Nurmagomedov still rich. Like I think he just. Well, I go by this. Like a few weeks ago, he gave Poirier $30,000 for his charity.
That's real sweet of him. I definitely wasn't rubles, because the Russians seized all of his bank accounts.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like over $100 million or something. $150 million or something.
That's a lot.
You should see Connor is, of course, always on the ball with the shit, and he tweets it out. Yeah. He's like, he fled the country and left his wife and children behind. They seized all of his accounts. He's in the poorhouse. He'll be begging me. Like,
I think all he needs to do is put his palm up, and those Saudi guys will give him another $100 million.
I mean, how much? I mean, if he fought or did a thing, I don't know how much.
I don't even know if he has to do that.
Just to exist, especially if Putin leans on him, gives him the evil eye.
Look, this comes from Reddit comments, so you can't really argue.
Oh, well, they got the inside track.
They know.
Very reliable.
They're on the end with Putin and Khabib. They know it all. And they got the oil sheiks on their phone. They know what's up. But I hate those people. I can't stand them. I always called them terrorists, or at least terrorist adjacent. And it's great to see their properties getting raided, their bank accounts being frozen and being labeled terrorists, and literal terrorists training with them in their gym. It's great because they always have those pictures of them all in the bathtub together with their matching haircuts and facial hair, and it's just fucking weird. It was clearly a cult in the beginning. You think I'm joking?
It's just guys having fun.
They're all in a big bubble bath together. The toughest men in the
They're
planet.
cutting weight before fight in a hot
They're like
tub.
a bunch of Taylor Swift fans with those haircuts. They made their personality a fucking chin strap beard. Fucking losers.
Isn't their haircut just kind of like Moe's, Dwight's cousin?
Dude, I promise you, these guys are going to the barber and saying, "Give me the Khabib." Like
They do look a bit like Moe's now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah,
Running around their own little farms.
You know, he's one of the main writers of the show as well.
Is he? He's very funny.
Yeah, he's more of a creator actually. I think he went on and did what's the one with Amy Poehler, Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec was supposed to be like a spin-off. It was supposed to be very much more like The Office than it ended up being.
Parks and Rec is very similar to The Office, obviously, because it's mockumentary style. It's just not, and it's still a fine show. It's just not nearly as good.
It's not as good. It's not as well written. You can tell that like they fired their Jim the first season in Parks and Rec, right? You know that Mark.
Yeah, the guy who wants to bang
everybody.
Rashida Jones. That's her name, right?
Yeah, I like Rashida Jones. Very exotic. Was your father a GI?
Was that what he said?
That's how Michael Scott greeted her. Oh, you look very exotic. Was your father a GI? And she's like, just so offended.
I thought she was just tan.
Did you?
Honestly, like I thought she was just like a tan, Spanish shirt. Spanish is in like from Spain, like or Italian or something.
I think she's some sort of very exotic mix of maybe South Pacific Asian and like Italian or something like that.
I don't know, but she's cute. When the first time I watched through The Office many years ago, and I saw that Jim had her, I was like, "Why the fuck are you interested in this Pam bitch?
Look,
like, what? Pam's not any more or less funny than Anne."
There's an episode where Jim employs who's the fat guy? I'm spacing out. Kevin to go like make a list of pros and cons between the two women, and he's only half joking. It's Karen is the better woman in every regard almost.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim should have chosen Karen. I would have chosen Karen. I'd have said fuck you, Pam, and left her in her little shitty town of Scranton. And I'd gone to Manhattan with Karen, and we'd have worked at fucking corporate, and maybe we'd have turned the whole company around. We wouldn't have had to sold to some Korean printer company led by Kathy Bates over there. I think things would have gone much better for everyone. Fuck Pam. Pam is shit. If you look at Pam's relationship before Jim when she was with Roy, she was such a negative void, a black hole, a personality-less just chasm that she held Roy down to the point. As soon as Roy got past Pam, he like exploded. Like every aspect of him improved. He became a rich businessman with a full life, a wife, and he became a piano player, a talented piano player, like just on a lark.
It is
as like a wedding gift. Meanwhile, like Pam's over there stuffing cheese into her fucking mouth.
Pam, you bitch.
What did Pam actually do that made you just like? Okay, I know that Roy did better after he broke up, but that's
so. Let's talk about how shitty Pam was to Roy in their relationship with her, like with her fucking wildly inappropriate relationship with Jim. Like she's way too flirtatious with Jim. She's even talked to her mother about how like she's got a thing for Jim because when her mother comes, the mother's like, "So which one's Jim? Giggle, giggle, giggle." And Jim's like right there, like, "Oh."
And she is engaged at this point.
She's engaged. Yeah, absolutely. So she kisses Jim. She has 2 or 3 drinks at Chili's, and then like kisses Jim on the lips after her fiance has gone home because he needs to sleep for work. So
she's a bit of a whore. That's true.
She's a bit of a whore. Okay, she's also has zero talent at any fucking thing.
Art encouraged Jim to steal Roy's fiance. I always thought that was shitty, and no one really gave him a hard time about it.
He was shooting his best shot, and I'm okay with that because she was reciprocating, and he seemed to be shitty. So I'm okay with everything Jim did. Pam is the problem in this relationship. She's the one who took a vow. She's the one wearing a ring. She's the one who knows fucking Roy. Jim's sitting over there next to her all the time. This girl's flirting with him. He's flirting back. He likes her. What's he gonna do? I got no problem with Jim, but my problem with Pam is she's a fucking loser. Her thing is art. Like even her greatest art piece up there that's hung on the wall. Like Dwight's like the shadows are all wrong. What are there 2 suns? What are you in the Andromeda galaxy? I don't think so. She failed out of art school because she.
That was a successful show. She sold some paintings.
No, never. She sold one to Michael Scott, and we don't even know how much she paid.
That's the one.
She probably gave it to him for free. She failed out of art school after spending weeks and months damaging her relationship, like clearly with Jim, like leaving him back home to work. Then she's failed out of art school. Then her next career move is to defraud her business place with literal fraud. She forges documents and essentially bullies a superior into forging documents to make her a made-up position within the company with a salary that she came up with because she thought it would slide under the gaze of. She even tested it with Oscar from accounting. He's like, "What do you make?" He's like, 60,000. 60? 45? Oh, okay. Like she literally makes sure that she's going to be able to commit fraud without like raising too many alarms.
I haven't got to this part again yet. I don't remember that.
It's a fraudulent position. She's the office manager. She only ever she like orders pins and placards for everyone. That's what she's making like 45, 50 grand a year for. She is defrauding the office.
You're right. You texted me the other day because I was like, I'm rewatching The Office. I know it's your favorite show all time, pretty much. And you're like, I'm a Pam hater. I'm like, oh, I didn't give her that much thought. But
she's also the worst salesman in The Office. She's a salesman for a period of time, and doesn't she not sell anything?
Fails at it. 2 sales. 2 or 3
She'll never
sales,
be an assassin.
Yeah. She and Ryan, bad at sales. I think Ryan's character arc is like him as an actor. He doesn't make me laugh much. I get he's supposed to be like a semi-straight man, so he's not going to be the impetus.
Pam gets worse though. I'm not done with her.
But Pam even worse. I was going to say Ryan's like through line is actually funny though. Like getting to the high level of corporate, and being exposed for like cheating on the online sales records.
Did you know that actor's not just an actor on the show?
That's right.
Yeah,
he's the
like
writer, director, and executive producer on that show.
DJ Novak.
Because when I watched that when I was younger, I always wondered like, all right, why do they have Dwight, Michael, Jim, and Pam in the intro, and then the random intern like also in there? It's like, oh, it's because he's, I guess, he's
everybody's boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pam was unsupportive of Jim when he was trying to expand his business in Philly, even though he had been there just waiting as long as she needed when she was at art school, partying, drunk with her like chubby New York quasi boyfriend and associates.
The guy from Mad Men. Yep.
The guy from Mad Men, a show that I've never seen. It's Pam's shitty. Pam was always shitty. She wasn't cute past season 2. And Jim at one point was dating Amy Adams. Remember that? There was a season where Amy Adams came into the office and was selling purses. And he went and asked her out and dated her. And then he broke up with her really shittily on the booze cruise.
I think Jim and Pam deserve each other.
Really? I'm a big fan of Jim.
Like, Jim, like he's
huge Jim guy.
He's fun. But
I love his devotion to the prank. One of my favorite pranks is when he tried to convince Dwight that he had always been an Asian man.
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny.
Like an Asian man comes in and sits down, and everyone greets him as Jim, and Dwight's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "What do you mean, Dwight?" And like Dwight looks at the picture of Jim and his family that's always been on the desk. And now it's an Asian Jim. and then Pam comes over and kisses Asian Jim on the mouth. And Dwight is just like, thinks he's in a parallel universe where Jim has always been Asian now. You know, he's apt to believe that sort of thing. There's a deleted scene. It's from the finale where they get the old black man who does security to pretend like he is Morpheus's brother, Orpheus. And he literally gives Dwight the red pill, blue pill thing. They convince Dwight that he's in the Matrix. They have they train a cat to walk by like twice or something like that, and they hire twins from like the shipping department or something like that to to keep walking past. And Dwight believes he's in the Matrix.
I don't have nearly the experience with The Office that you do, but I'm like watching it in the background and also paying some attention.
Are you watching on Peacock?
No, I don't remember what service I'm watching it on, but I'll
say this: whenever you go through it, like if you really do enjoy it on Peacock, and I'm sure we could get it on Plex, they have the extended versions of every episode, and they take these episodes and add like 10 or 15 minutes to every single one.
Really?
And most of the bits are good. Sometimes you're like, man, this episode is like 45 minutes long. Like they added, so it's a little bit like Lord of the Rings. If you're really a fan, you're like, okay, I know when they cut that, but I'm glad I get to see it because there's lots of extra jokes. It's a lot meaner and a lot more biting, and the language is a little more coarse. Like
I laughed a lot. Like I've been rewatching it, and I laughed a lot at this scene where Michael goes into the conference room, and I saw bloopers of it on YouTube after the fact, where Michael goes in, and he's like, Phyllis, we all came in here and gave you a golden shower. A golden shower for your wedding. Where's my golden shower? And it's like, it's sincerely very, very funny. And it's like, I forgot how good and crisp the writing was at times on the and clearly there's a lot of improv on it as well, which, you know, I like that in shows when you can tell that an improv bit made its way, you know, past the finish line. And
I watch, I like to watch it sometimes in batches. So I watch all the Christmas episodes, the season where, or the episode where Michael wants to be Santa, but Phyllis has like, she asked 6 months ago or something, got triple approval. She has it certified. She's cleared it with everyone. And she's always wanted to be Santa. And Michael can't fucking stand that he's not the center of attention. He comes out and he's like, don't waste your time with old tranny claws over there. Come and sit on the real deal's lap. Sit on my lap. There will be no doubt. And they're like,
I don't know. No one's ever asked me to sit on their lap before. And Kevin gets on his lap.
Kevin sits on his lap and hurts him. But then Michael decides that that's not good enough, that he's got to one-up-her. So he dresses as Jesus Christ. He comes out as Jesus Christ. I think that's the episode where he also got like, I think Daryl told him like, that's inappropriate, Mike. You can't be doing that. And he dressed up as Daryl. And so he's got like a black afro wig on. He's got one of those blue button-up shirts with your name on it or whatever. And you can tell he was gonna do blackface because if you look behind his right ear, you could tell where he started, and then the blackface was a bad idea. He comes up, hey, yo, I'm Daryl or whatever.
Really, that's so funny.
I needed it. It would have been a little more hardcore if you come out in the blackface.
Do you think that like the real life person backed out of blackface?
My
guess
part of the story. That there's like a dab of it is almost better than blackface.
Yeah,
like blackface would have been a little distasteful. Although that is Michael. Like his thing. Yeah. If you remember it's either the first or second episode of the first season where he has everybody wearing like racial stereotype cards on their heads, and and I think Kelly, who's Indian, has Indian.
No, it's Stanley who's black.
Give me my googie googie. Give me my googie googie. Like he's like making all these crazy Indian goo 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 noises in her face, and she slaps the shit out of him.
Try my googie googie.
Something like that. It's like super over the top.
It's so
Michael was much shittier in season 1. Like he was like,
yeah, and he had less hair.
Yeah, they fixed him up with the hair.
And he was fatter. Or
he
chubby.
gets in shape around season 4 when he does the Hangover movies and his career takes off. You can tell that he like gets a nutritionist or some shit. Like he
becomes
gets
a Hollywood star.
And you'll also and all of a sudden instead of eating pancakes and like starting his day with a griddle, you'll see him eating like broccoli salad. Like he's just got like a fort eating whole chunks of broccoli during the show.
I like the episode where I know I'm just saying Office episodes. I like I'm watching where Michael and Jan have the dinner party, and
that's Mount Rushmore episode.
Yeah, Michael's like talking about his TV, which is like a 14-inch plasma monitor, and he's like, and it goes right into the wall, and it doesn't. It just moves like 2 inches back or 2 inches forward, and he's like, sometimes I'll just stand here and watch TV for hours.
The dinner party episode is like
it's
top
very
tier.
funny.
That the one with the CPR, those are my favorite episodes. But a lot of people find that to be super cringy. Like they can't sit through it because they're like squirming in their chair watching the awkwardness of the dinner party. What about Scott's Tots? Are you familiar with Scott's Tots?
Scott's Tots is unbelievably uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's for me too.
It's still funny. Like I'll sit there and watch it without any trouble, but it's like.
So for those who don't know, Scott's Tots is an episode where Michael Scott apparently 15 years ago promised a kindergarten class that he would pay for their college education on a fucking lark. He thought he would be a successful billionaire because he's insane. And so he was just making a lot of big promises. And so now it's time for these kids, this group of black children, to graduate high school. They're all 17 and 18, and they want Mr. Scott, the philanthropist, to come in and, thank him because, he's paying for all their college. And imagine, it's like 30 kids. It's
millions of dollars.
It's $2 or $3 million easy that he's coming out of pocket for, that he's promised. And they're like, they all have prepared speeches about how he touched their life. One guy's like, I was drawn to the drug game early, but I knew my guardian angel, Mr. Scott, was up there looking out for me. And I couldn't disgrace that. And I stayed to the books. And here I am. One day I'll be the next Barack Obama. And Michael's crying. Like, as one inspirational speech after another. Then, like 8 of them do a prepared dance and song number. Yeah. Like, hey, Mr. Scott, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Make our dreams come true. and Michael's assistant is like dancing and clapping along. He's like, stop! This isn't happening. This is gonna play out well.
I do like that Michael went to get the adulation. He didn't have to go. Like, he wants the adulation enough that he was willing to put himself through.
If I recall, didn't he offer to buy them laptops, and then he found out the price of that, so he offered to buy them the power supply?
Yeah, laptop batteries.
He goes, now I'm not going to be able to pay for your college, but what does every college student need? A laptop. And he starts reaching into this bag, all these bags he's got. And everybody kind of perks up because the laptop's not chicken feed. And he goes, and what does every laptop need? A battery. And they start, boo, boo. And he goes, wait. And they quiet down a little. He goes, they're lithium. Lithium. And later on, that one kid, he's like, do you want an extra battery? Most people didn't take one. It's just so fucked up. Imagine that you thought your college was going to be paid for and you had that rug pulled out from under you at the last minute.
In a little way, though, he saved those kids' lives.
They missed deadlines and shit.
Yeah, but they also focused on college their entire, for 18 years, when otherwise they might not have.
Yeah.
Sure. The lie was a blessing, I suppose.
Well, he also saved them from the college campus woke mind virus.
Yes. Oh my God, they would have.
That's where you get it.
Yeah,
that's where you get it.
College campuses.
I had the most intense nightmare the other night. I woke up terrified. I dreamt that I was on a spacecraft that was like orbiting the moon, and I was trying to like fly down to the moon with my like jetpack that was on my spacesuit, but I miscalculated. And I only had like that much jetpack. And so now I'm just hurtling into the void past the moon. And like every time I rotate, my little ship with my buddy in it is getting smaller and smaller. And now I can't tell if, wait, was that it? Or was that a star? Was that it? Was that a star? And it was awful. When I woke up, I was just.
Has your weed consumption dropped off recently?
No, not significantly, but I know I hadn't smoked that night. Like okay. If I don't smoke, if I smoke before bed, I don't have dreams. But if I don't smoke, I will have very intense dreams.
It's so rare that I get like a true nightmare. Knock on wood, because I don't want to get one. But it's usually if I have a weird dream, it's just disjointed and weird and doesn't make sense. It's not like I'm scared. It's like almost vivid. In the dream, I'm like, I'm not. This food court I'm in doesn't make sense. Like,
y'all all laughed at me, but like 2 months ago, I had a terrifying nightmare, and it sounds funny, but you've got to understand that in the dream, it's 100% real. It's like this thing is actually happening, not like I'm not reacting to a dream world where a bad, scary thing's happening. It feels real. And I was literally sitting at this desk. This is the dream. And I look out, there's a window sort of in the corner of the room over there. And I look out that window and I see Santa Claus and his sleigh fly by.
Like, that's fun.
So
No.
scary. How
How is
did
that
you
not
get
fun?
through it?
I can't tell you the amount of terror that I was filled with in that moment, in that dream. And again, when I woke up, I was drenched in
You got to
sweat.
get right with
Show
God.
me on the doll where Santa Claus touched
There was a magical man flying around outside my window.
No, Saint Nick
It was-
spooked you.
I would never. It was a real Saint Nick, not some cartoon fucking character. It was some sort of goblin demon man with a herd of flying deer. He's not a good guy. There's no way that we know.
He was there to give you stuff.
You said to
It
give
could
you
have been Krampus with Belschnickel, his or Black Peter.
Black Peter. Yeah, like that
Black Peter could have
Netherlands
been there.
guy. Yeah, no, for you to be afraid of Saint Nick, like he's a good guy. He's there to bring presents and cheer and mirth.
I was so afraid that scared me so much. I remember waking up being like, taking a while to realize that I didn't just see Santa Claus. Like that's often a thing too, where I've got to process that was just a dream and that's not real, and try to get over it that way. Sometimes I also dream that there are wasps in my bed, like all over my feet.
Now that's a lot scarier than Santa.
Yeah, I pull my knees up to my chest at the top of the bed and start swiping at my feet.
Have you done that?
Oh yeah.
Man, maybe you should keep token on the weed. Make these weird dreams you get.
You don't have terrifying nightmares that shake you from your sleep?
I can't remember the last time I had like a horrible dream. Like they're usually just weird, or it's something kind of fun, or it's like often like I'm somewhere, like I want to do something fun. Like I'm skiing, like I'm skiing on a mountain, and like I'm with my friends initially, and then I lose them because I go too fast or too slow or something. And then it's like, where am I? How do I even find these guys? I don't know the
I'll have
run.
one
And it's
obstacle
like
after
looking
another.
around for people.
Like I'll be just trying to go to the store, and one obstacle after another will get in my way. And it'll be so convoluted by the end. I'll be like, I don't know, riding an elephant down a river or some shit. Like
Do you
when I was
figure
just
out
walking
dreams or
before.
dreams?
Yeah.
Pretty often. I do.
Yeah, I would say half the time at least. I come to the realization that this isn't real. The pinching thing doesn't work because it still hurts. I don't.
Does this
like,
ever happen to you? I'll
Interesting.
wake up from a dream thinking that my dream was interesting and like, oh yeah, or maybe I figured something out. But don't write it down, and then whatever. 30
Completely
minutes
lose it.
later, I have no idea what was so important to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ink
happens
never
faster
dries.
30 minutes. Like for me, at least, like I can wake up from a dream and be like, man, that was fun. And like, as I'm going to pee, like I'm mid pee and it's like, what the hell was that? Cause you know how it is. Like you wake up in the middle of the night. If you're having a good or fun dream, you want to get back into it where it's like, all right, let's resume the sequel to this.
I've gone back in before.
And you
I've
try
gone
and
back in
think-
like the Matrix
try and
before.
think about it. Like I'm not that successful in jumping back in and phasing back into my dream. And
I've phased back
usually
in
it's
before.
because I forget what it's about entirely. Like Woody said, like I just like, I remember it was good and fun, but I can't for the life of me remember even one iota about it.
It's like whatever brain juice neuron imprintation that like memory is made of. It uses some temporary ink for that memory shit.
Yeah.
And your brain, and if you don't write it down
Wait,
right
but-
away, and it's incredibly frustrating because I'll be like, wait, what was it? I just had it. Like I was thinking about it, and it's gone.
Yeah. I was the president and I had just issued an edict that everybody liked. What was it?
Who would you make president? Like anyone. You get magic wand. It doesn't matter. You can U.S. citizens only though.
Living?
Yeah. Okay, you want me to go first? I got
Yes.
mine. Keanu Reeves.
Lame. No.
He's a moral choice.
I
Do they
wanted to
have
wear that
to-
John Wick suit.
Do they have to have been born in the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna.
Who was your
Well,
guy? Was it Schwarzenegger?
No, I was going through professional hockey players I like.
Fuck you.
Connor McDavid.
No,
He's so
not
good at
Connor
hockey.
McDavid. You can't
He's
pick a hockey
Canadian. I
player.
can't have him anyway.
You would genuinely make a hockey player, the president of the United States.
It'd be kind of fun.
He probably speaks some sort of Russian language. He'd
Yeah.
be able to communicate with
These
Putin
fucking
well.
hosers in Russia think they can take us? Not a chance. Not
That'd
with
be part of
that
his platform,
forecheck.
how he stood up to them before on the
Yeah.
rink.
That would be good. I don't know. I don't even know who would be good.
I'm all about
Who's-
Keanu Reeves. I think
Actually,
that's
you know what?
his policy. He's
What's
a good guy.
What's Tom Hanks' Wigger's son? What's his name?
What? Scott Hanks?
Hold on. Tom Hanks' Wigger son.
Yeah, I know the guy you're talking about. I've seen him do some.
All right, yeah, I'd make Chet Hanks the president.
He's got two sons. One of them's a great actor, and the other is
What about
that guy?
Martin Sheen? He did a good job in West Wing. Maybe he'd do a good job in real life.
Maybe he'd do a good job. See, I like Lincoln.
Yeah, I honestly thought about that too. I thought about using someone who's played a good president, like Morgan Freeman.
Okay.
But Gene Hackman's got a good presidential look to him. Although I bet he's really old now. I haven't seen him in a good bit. But no, Keanu Reeves is my guy. I feel like not only because he is an okay actor, at least he could pretend he could look like a good president, and I think if he'd make good decisions. He seems like a real nice guy.
Yeah, he seems dumb. I saw him in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Stupid.
Yeah, he's an idiot in that movie. What are you thinking?
Yeah, Jesus, Kyle.
Well, I mean, checkmate. I don't know how to get no retort to that, but
Can't beat the West Wing guy with Bill and Ted.
Well, I think this is a natural end point to do it.
All right. Check out our sponsors. Check out our guest. Links in the description. PKA 711. Jeb Bartlett for president.